Hello.
No.
Hello.
We are back. It's been a while.
It has. It's been a long 3 weeks. Was it?
Been like a year, you might say.
Ooh.
I'm gonna throw myself out.
I'm done. I'm leaving. Game's cancelled.
No! I'm sorry. It's been a month. I had to get it out of my system.
The first thing I hear when I put my headset on is the game is canceled.
I said it's been a while since we've been here. You can say it's been a year.
Oh, Jesus. I quit.
No!
Oh.
Gosh, like, I'm the only one who said stupid shit in here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, first step is admitting it. I mean,
Dying.
That's unfortunate.
So, are you actually hiding tonight, some? Or
no, I completely forgot that I turned it off.
Not to call you out or anything, but
But to call you out, I
draw
got it.
attention to
Thanks.
Not to draw attention to it at all.
But to draw attention to it, yeah, I got it.
Yes.
Yep.
I need my pen.
I need everything.
I also have like too many dice on my desk because I got dice for Christmas.
I don't have any.
Yay.
Yeah. I also got a set of dice that I already had, which was okay because when you buy dice from Die Hard, they send you free dice. So I don't know what we
Yep.
want to do with these. I'm okay if we want to like do a giveaway with them at some point. I'm cool with it. 10.
This one. And this one. I don't think I'll need dice tonight, but you know.
You never know.
Well, it's always the nights that I don't take them out that I need them.
No, 100%. Every time you don't think you need dice because you think it's just gonna be a low-key RP session, everything goes off the rails.
Well,
I never said I
Yeah.
had too many dice. As, you know,
There's no such thing as too much dice.
thank you for saying it. They're plastic. They're metal.
thank you for the host. I appreciate that.
Ah! I dropped my D4.
I was like, I'm sorry, the thinking you scared you?
No, I dropped a D4 and that was scary.
Fair.
Yeah, because like people wish you to step on a Lego when they're mad. No, D&D players wish you to step on a D4 because we're vicious.
Mine's a metal D4 as well.
Oh.
So,
Yeah,
like,
no.
it's
Oh god.
It's super pointy.
Oh, where
So I
was
stepped
that?
on one of my metal D20s not that
Oh.
long ago, and I had a very nice
on.
pinpoint bruise right in the sole of my foot for like 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Everything hurt.
Wow, what the fuck was
I wonder
my
what
handwriting?
roll. Let's see. First roll of the night.
Oh god.
I got a 13.
By the way, the chat proves who was paying attention.
Oh,
in
no,
game
that's
earlier
18.
because only one of you rolled a D100 when I asked for it.
I
Yeah.
wasn't actually at my computer, I'm not gonna lie.
I wasn't in chat.
Do we all need to, or is it just one?
I was fucking around to see who was
Oh.
actually paying attention.
Okay, I was
I-
literally putting my face on.
I wasn't here yet.
I know you weren't there yet, but everyone else was.
My brain went from like trying to get all of my stuff set up. I heard a bloop, and I'm like, things happened. Where am I?
There's
What's
still
going
time
on?
to get all
Yeah.
the things set up.
Ugh,
Where the fuck?
I
sorry.
saw that and I'm
Bippity
like,
boppity.
should I roll a D100?
Should I not?
And I'm just like,
Do we all have to?
hashtag fuck it.
It's that thing where you just slowly back away and act like you weren't in the room to begin with.
I actually wasn't in the room to begin with, so.
Well, there you go,
Anyway.
plausible deniability. Oh
I can
boy.
prove it because my roll 20 chat thing came up after the quick roll a D100.
Oh,
You could have refreshed the page.
that is true.
I could have, but I haven't. You'll just have to take my word for it.
Oh man.
I'm not sure how much that'll fly when you're in character.
Who says I'm ever out of character?
Well, I'd be really
Plot
worried.
twist.
I'd be really worried because half of the things you've said aren't in character would not have flown. Oh boy.
Some of the shit a lot of us have said that wasn't in character would not have flown.
That's the
Mm-mm.
point of saying it out of character.
Yup.
Mhm.
Plot twist, we all thought that Kess was the one who lives in the woods. Surprise, Keeper has been Kess the whole time. He actually lives in the woods.
Now you gotta go telling everybody my secrets and shit.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, dude.
Fourth wall break.
Oh, man.
Send help.
And when I'm off camera, I actually do wear a big steel mask over my face.
I
Interesting.
have split personality disorder.
And some is just using disguise self.
It only lasts for an hour.
He's just continuously recasting it. Shh. No, it's a head of disguise. Head of disguise. There we go.
That's what his headphones are.
Yep. His headphones are a head of disguise. Thank you very much for that 713 sub, Eva.
Quiet.
Oh,
Not supposed to
man.
tell anyone.
Sorry.
That's why
Again.
sometimes you
secret
see
for
me
everybody.
shift because I'm keeping my wings in.
I have a mug that makes it look like I have cat whiskers.
I just have a critical role mug. That's it.
So when is my skin gonna, you know,
When is your skin gonna change?
poof, go blue? Like, yeah, that's what I'm waiting for now.
Oh, I can't wait to see what your skin does when we get to Duskbane.
I mean, to be fair,
I don't know if it will. It depends
you've
on.
not been on this side of the river for long enough yet for
Mhm.
it to make a difference.
Oh no, I know. I
Never
just can't wait
have.
to see. I'm always like every time we go somewhere new, it's you know, life is like a box of chocolates. I never know what color Osiris is gonna be.
Something box of chocolates.
Osiris,
Hey!
Cyrus doesn't know either because he doesn't understand seasons.
It was very nearly another spit take.
Should open character sheet.
I kind of braced
Yes.
myself for it though as soon as I heard you start talking.
Sorry. excuse
All
me.
right.
Woo.
Oh, boy. I don't even know what character sheets I need.
Don't open any until you find out what we're gonna do.
I'd like to say I'm prepared and I have my notes open and everything, and I've got my dice and my notebook and everything, but like my brain is going, okay, now what?
Yeah, now what are they gonna do?
Oh boy.
It's always a surprise.
Fuck's sake. I don't know anymore.
Does one of you want to recap or do you want me to do it?
No.
I already said my piece on that.
We did stuff, the end.
We did stuff in things.
Hmm.
Recap done.
My Discord's being a whore.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Like your actual Discord, it's not loading that entire the announcement channel
Yeah.
for me.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay, so that wasn't just me.
Really?
No.
Mhm.
I'm good.
My Discord is
Oh.
being like really laggy with chats lately.
Yeah.
Like really laggy with stuff.
Fuck it, I'll put in the normal one too.
Yay! Ping ping. Oh god, it's trying.
It's trying so hard.
Poor Discord.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
What's
I
it
thought it was
doing?
me.
No, it's not you. My Discord for the past couple of days has been really slow with messages.
And so was Twitch.
Yeah, Twitch broke for like 10 minutes the other day.
Yeah, straight up died.
Really.
Excuse me.
Bless
10
you.
minutes?
Wow.
Lucky. My
Get
Twitch
your
was
shit
down
together.
Hours.
Yeah, mine was just down. Just gone.
Yeah, my chat just completely disconnected for 10 minutes the other day. Ugh.
That's what
Alright,
that's
so
what
I'm
Dan
hearing
was
that I
telling me
am
while I
doing
was live
recap.
yesterday.
Yes. Yes.
Like,
Yes
great.
to both of you.
Okay, so last episode, episode 15, off to Vrora Uclere, it was about 1:30 in the afternoon. I had to look at, because I actually wrote in episode 14 at the end what time it was when we ended session. So we found out that Luce, who was the person that we had heard about in the letter, had recently taken over for Lady Duskthane, and she was the one who had gotten married. There was a funny little bit with someone zipping up their pants. We went to the clothing shop, which was called Stitched Up, I believe. Okay, and it was run by a man named Elliot. We were told that it was going to be an experience, and boy, was it. If you haven't seen the clips for how each of us was introduced to Elliot, those are on my Twitch page. You should just go look at them. There was some groping going on with Kess. Elliot seemed very interested in him. Osiris got an ass grab. Everyone got sniffed, and it was okay until Ritan got sniffed, and then there was stuff with that Osiris and Ritan know about. Ritan took half an hour longer than 3 men with a guy picking out her stuff. There was no tailoring charge because Leodir agreed to stay behind and basically make sure that everything would be ready in time for us to leave and that he would drop it off. And then, so we went there, we got all of our orders put in, they're gonna be done in time. We went to we decided to go to the weapon shop next, so Ritan would be in a better mood to help Osiris. And we met Quill, the blacksmith. There was a very nice polearm there, or a glaive, I should be more specific, glaive, called Elevfira, that Ritan seemed very enamored with. Rax coughed up a dagger that had some kind of poison enchantment on it to lower the cost down for her. Kess tried to be helpful, but I guess it only made things worse in some regards. But we did end up leaving there with Ritan having a new shiny weapon and her coin purse being a lot lighter. Then we went to Fred's Fantastic House of Wonders, which was the magic shop. Kess got a bag of holding and some goggles to help him see in the dark. Osiris attempted to haggle for some potions. Negotiations were hastened and potentially altered by Ritan verbally threatening Osiris and terrifying the poor shopkeep inadvertently. But we did get potions. Oh, I also have written down Ritan's weapon was actually intended for the Violet Tongue at one point, but they didn't want it from her because she wasn't from Clam and it wasn't a sword. Their loss. Mine now. We managed to get Elizabeth's invitation from her. No muss, no fuss. We basically just have to figure out what we're gonna tell them about why she's not there. I just have so many dresses written in, like, all caps. We go to bed, we wake up in the morning, Bert, I think it's like the bus boy? I don't know what the proper term for this is.
They don't really have a term for him.
I'm trying to think of, like, the most accurate term. Like, he's like the help. He, like, carries the kegs. Yeah. I just didn't want to call him the help.
No,
Would it be a barback? Because he just kind of like goes back and forth for
stuff. Yeah, I guess he's kind
stuff.
of a barback. Yeah, you're right. Thank you.
That's not a thing here, but today I learned.
Yeah,
Barback
well, that's
is
what it's
kind of
called.
like they go and they're the ones who clean up all the tables and bring everything back. And if you need another keg brought from the back, they're the ones that bring it up front. They're
basically like a busboy / runner for a bar.
Yeah, they do a little bit of everything.
Mm-hmm.
Fair.
Like when you're training to be a bartender here, you have to do barback hours. So Bert made us breakfast in the morning. Ritan did pay him in case he got in trouble for it. we met with Akane and Captain Cascade in the morning. We went into the forest. It was warmer inside the forest than it was outside the forest. We got attacked by hyenas, and I believe they were sturges. We found out what Ritan's glaive does. Pushing forward, it was quiet. We waited for the boat. We all made horrible stealth checks. I just have here. I don't know if it's gonna show up, but it's horrible and it's underlined twice. I'll take a screenshot of it later. 10 minutes pass. There's a rowboat with a rope out in front of it in the water that's pulled tight. We all climb into the boat. Akane stomps on the boat. It takes off, and Rax, Osiris, and Ritan all go tumbling into the water. Rax, Osiris, Misty step back into the boat. Kess barely catches Ritan at the edge of his 30-foot range for water walk, which gets her to the surface. Spawns her wings, flies back into the boat, and looks pissed. We arrive on the most southern port, if I remember correctly. That's where we were heading, the most southern port.
Not so much a port. It's more a side of the river that has a broken piece of wall that allows you to get into it.
Okay, so it was the most southern bank. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we all get out and we realize that Captain Cascade was in the water, comes climbing out, gets her hat and her coat back, and she and Akane both disappear into the crowd. We are told that if we need anything, if we need information, we can find Captain Cascade's ship at the most southern port. That's where I had that from. We are also told to avoid the clockmaker's shop and hide our valuables. There is fast-flowing traffic, and we all just kind of go in, and we find this very large tree with bodies hanging from it, one of which is a child. I believe there are about 13 bodies. And upon closer inspection, the child has something hanging around its neck, a pocket watch. There are sounds of a tavern nearby called the Moldy Kobold, and I believe we left off with us heading inside the Moldy Kobold. Also, time was funky because, like, the moon was up. The full moon was up above the town.
Almost full.
Almost full. So I have no idea what time it actually is.
Yeah, none of you do, actually. You know that you were traveling for a day, so at some point at night, but the moon looked like it was hanging more like an ornament than an actual moon. It was just kind of there.
Sorry, couldn't help it.
But yes, so you do find yourself standing outside the Moldy Kobold, in the faint glowing torchlight outside the open doors of the building that has beaten by wear and tear of weather and age. The sign above it obviously reads the Moldy Kobold. It kind of looks like it could fall down at any second, so you kind of, like, instinctually, it's like ducking in case it does, so it's kind of like dipping inside rather than anything. But yeah, the bustle of the noise coming from inside is far different to the noise in the atmosphere you've been experiencing so far in this dark and dreary town. People seem to be singing and dancing along to a lively band that are playing inside, and the faces that you see are lit with smiles and the warm glow of drunken blush stretched across the bridge of their nose. The crowd is thick with a mix of mostly human individuals, and there are even a few kids dancing around in the crowd too. You see hanging from the ceiling thick wooden rings that hold candles that help illuminate the tavern, and it looks like the wooden benches have been pushed to the sides to give space for what is essentially now a dance floor. Given the stacked shelves of bottles in the back far wall, it's safe to assume that maybe the bar is at the far end. Should you wish to go inside.
Ritan is still kind of coming down from the fact that she was shaking furiously at the side of the tree, and she still doesn't look like she's... She still doesn't look like she's 100% yet.
So do we want to go up to the bar? Or do we want to just go up to the bar, talk to the bartender and get out, or hang around for a bit? Because I would rather just get out. I don't want to be here much longer than I need to be.
Ritan says nothing, and it's probably difficult to tell what she's thinking with her mask on.
Should probably get out of here as quickly as possible.
I agree.
Alright, so Rex is gonna walk up to the
So you're
what they
going
assumed
inside.
yeah. Go inside, walk up to the
I'll follow him. I'm not letting him go alone.
Okay.
walk up to the wall that looks like it'd be covered in bottles because that's what we're assuming or under the assumption that the actual bar is.
Kess and Osiris, are you going in?
Yes.
Yes.
Are you taking Necros?
Yes.
Okay. So you do proceed inside and you make your way through the crowd until you get to the bar, which is exactly where you assumed it would be. There are a number of empty stools, enough for all of you to take a seat should you wish to. And behind the bar you see two small humanoids covered in orangey red scales. They kind of look like small dragons that are standing on haphazardly stacked drinks crates. And they're doing so they can serve the general populace at the bar. You do see that their only clothing is a pair of ripped cloth shorts, which look like they're there more for decency than choice. The only other person of note behind the bar is a 6'2" human male with scruffy blonde hair and green eyes. He's slim, wearing very simple clothing, a pair of brown pants and a white loose fit shirt, and the sleeves are pushed up to his elbows. He's got an old rag tucked into the belt of his trousers, and he's currently pouring some kind of sloshy liquid into a
Ew.
wooden tankard, which he then slams onto the bar top in front of a drunk patron.
Have I seen anything like these little creatures before? Wither knows what they are.
I mean, Ritan's probably smart enough of the dangers of the world, and Kess, you've probably, in fact, all of you would be, to associate the name of the bar with the type of creatures these are.
Yeah.
These are kobolds.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Intelligent enough to be working behind a bar and serving customers.
I don't
but
judge.
the human male catches that there are new faces walking up, and as he slams down the tankard, he sort of skirts his way over to you, grabs the cloth from his belt, flicks it out, spits in it, and then starts rubbing the counter in front of you.
God.
And he gives you all this warm smile, and he does just look like this scruffy mess of a man. But he just gives you all a big old smile. You don't seem to be around from this part, so what brings you to our beautiful pocket of Forever Night?
Well, we're mostly just passing through. We were coming here because it's coming to the realization that tavern owners or bar owners usually have information about the area, so.
Well, yes, usually it's where people first stop in. Not at the inn, but the inn's full, so here we are.
Mm.
That answers the question that I had.
Oh, I wouldn't have sent you there anyway.
Why not?
You definitely don't want to stay in an inn in here. Trust me. Years of living here has taught me that lesson, right? Well, between, the thievery and the deaths and the missing people. Yeah, don't stay in an inn here. Call
Rex.
that a gesture of good faith.
Rax kind of turns his head and looks at everybody, and on his face you can see more of a trying to gauge your reaction to it, and sort of a, what do we do now?
Ratan's breathing is like very deliberately even. I'm sorry, did you say Forever Night?
Mm-hmm. Did I stutter? Do you understand common?
She takes a very deliberate deep breath, and you guys can see her eyes like flutter closed. I understand common just fine.
Okay, because I'm versed in many languages, as you have to be in a town like this. So if you needed me to switch it up, I could. Just wanted to make sure. I'm surprised Forever Night is the thing you questioned there, to be honest with you.
Where I come from, it's typically not always night, so that's a little jarring.
Well, that's normal. So is there anything else I can help you with, or you're just gonna stand here and become part of the furniture?
Rax is looking over at Osiris and Kess to see if they have any input.
Is there any safe place to stay in town?
Ritan actually snorts.
You know
what
where
I
you
thought.
are, right?
That's
You-
what I thought.
I just want to make sure you know where you are, because, like, Forever Night was a thing that caught you, and you're asking if there's anywhere safe. So I just want to make sure you know exactly where you are. You do know where you are, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cool. Good, because sometimes people don't. Anyway,
How
questions,
unfortunate.
thoughts? Yes, how unfortunate. Not sure who it's unfortunate for, though. More so them than us, or us them. I don't know. Depends on the person that stumbles their way in here, I suppose.
Alright. Well, as you said, since there's nowhere safe to stay, a recommendation for our best bet.
Not here. Anywhere that isn't here. Literally. I mean, like, if you fell asleep in the middle of this city, this town, oh boy, you'd be lucky you still had the shirt on your back when you woke up.
Rax takes a deep breath and he kind of... So what time is it right now? Because we're not used to Forever Night, so...
Oh. And you see, like, there's almost like a glazed look comes over his expression. And he takes a moment. I'm not the Moon Watcher, but I'd say it's probably like what you would consider 11 p.m. But, you know, again, not the Moon Watcher, so... I might be off by a couple hours.
Rax
Or a
looks
couple of
over
days.
at everybody and says, do we want to just get an hour out of town and set up our own camp so we're not here, or what do we wanna
Probably
do?
a good call. Sounds like she's talking through her teeth.
Rax is looking at Kess and Osiris now.
Yes.
Most definitely.
You all seem like a jolly bunch. Where are you headed?
Ritan looks at Rax. She's not
Well-
sure how much she wants to say.
Rax doesn't really... He's kind of looking at everybody and trying to gauge what your faces look like, so he's
And as they're looking at each other, the individual kind of goes, look, I'm no fishing. I'm asking so I can give you directions. You asked where
Dustbane.
not to be. Okay, so you're going to want to head out the east. So there's the southern gate that kind of leads out into, like, mountain. Well, I say mountains. We don't really have mountains, but the kids call them mountains. Regardless, you got the southern one, you've got the western one, and then you've got the eastern one. I'm assuming you came from the western one because that's where the bridge city is. You want to go to the east, that's where Duskhaven is. It's kind of tucked in its own wee pocket between the two rivers meeting, just across the farmland and across the woodland. Kind of just tucked in its own wee corner. No one really goes there though. So I'm assuming you're going to the party?
You can make whatever assumptions you like.
I'll take that as a yes. Look. Honestly, the people that you're supposed to be worried of here aren't the people who work here. It's the people who don't live here that you should be worried of. Again, it's of no business to me where you end up. Unless it's in a grave in my bar. Then we have a problem. But it's no business to me where you end up. I just want to help get you where you're going.
Insight check.
Go for it. What are you looking specifically for?
Literally, if he is lying.
Okay.
Ritan is so on edge right now. I GM rolled it. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
15.
He appears to be being honest with you.
Her posture seems to lessen a hair.
Well, so it seems like we're heading east through that gate, so you could just give me a direction and he kind of like points his hand. Once we get out the door, I would appreciate it.
East.
Well, no, like...
Does that. Yeah, no, he does.
It's-
He does say that, but like he gestures. It would be if you're leaving the bar. It would be go right.
Okay. Well, we're
But
not
yeah,
used to forever nights, so can't really count
Well,
on
use the
that.
Stars give directions better than anyone else could.
Are
Man
those the
has a
same
point. We can
stars?
Figure it out.
They are the same stars, yes.
Alright.
Same sky, same stars, same moon.
It's just always out.
Mhm.
Has it always been that way?
Mhm. For as long as I can remember, anyway.
Interesting.
That's why we call it a pocket of forever night. We're not the only place that has it. But yes, you want to take the East Road. It will take you the best part of a full, what you would equate to a day, to get to where you're going. It's not going to feel like a day because you're not going to see the sun. But, yeah, so if you're planning to rest, you're probably, I mean, like I said, I'm not the moon watcher, so I could be off by a couple of hours, but if you're planning to get there some point in time for dinner, you're going to want to rest almost immediately outside our gates, so you can actually get a proper rest in, but it'll feel weird because you'll go to bed and it'll be dark, and you'll get up and it'll be dark, and it's a whole weird thing. Trust me, you never get used to it.
I'm sure we'll manage, but thank you.
No, you're welcome. You're welcome. Anything else I can help you with? You want a drink for the road?
I think that'll do it. And Rex pulls out a silver piece, puts it on the counter, and nods his head and gestures everybody.
He picks it up, he bites it, then he looks at it, bites it again, and then goes, huh? And tucks it into the coin box under the surface. No, fair travels to you.
Thank you. Starts
Ritan
making his
gives a
way out.
mock salute and then heads out after him.
Give them a wave and follow behind.
What was that, Kess?
Kess is right on their heels.
The entire time we're in this town, I am actively watching, like, literally looking for, like, people who, like, might try to do something to us.
Okay, that's
Like,
everyone.
like she's, she's actively keeping watch, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Somebody who's
no,
like physically approaching us to...
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And
Like,
she's
approaching
also
us with
still
intent.
keeping her hand on the straps of her weapons and stuff.
Okay, so you all make your way out into the streets, and they're exactly as you left them. The various night stalls that are set up with merchants that are calling out about their wares, you know, as I said last time, it's claims of potions and magic items and scrolls and rare jewels and artifacts and things that people have never seen in their life before. Obviously, none of the locals are paying attention to them. Ritan, you feel a tug on the flag that you wear around your waist.
Is this like
It's like a yank.
Oh, so this is like deliberately trying to get my attention. She stops abruptly, and you guys all like her footsteps are loud. She's wearing chainmail, and all of a sudden you just like hear like the ching ching of her feet just stop. And she turns and very slowly looks behind her.
Are you still holding your weapon?
Mm-hmm. Like hand like on the strap.
Okay. Is it like an on guard hold or just
No,
just
more like she's like holding on to it, almost like to secure it so it's not jostling.
Okay.
Kind of like if you're walking with a backpack, you just like have like your hand on the strap.
Okie dokie. So you turn around, and you don't initially see anyone, and then you look down, and you see a skinny, dirty, scruffy, ginger-haired little girl that's wearing what was probably their father's old shirt that is now dirty and torn and misshapen beyond all repair.
Oh, not again.
And they see your posture, and their eyes start welling, but then they sort of register that you're not being threatening,
And her eyes are immediately softened.
and they look up with you with these damp puppy dog eyes, and then just hold out their hands, and they just look up at you, and you're like, "Excuse me, do you have any food?"
And I'm
And they're
assuming
just-
everyone now hears this.
Oh yeah, they all see her and hear her. She's not quiet about it. She's just shy. She's got these puppy eyes, these wet little, like, almost crying puppy eyes looking up at you. Her hands are shaking as she's doing it. You can tell that she's picking hunger over fear right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Immediate glance around to see if anyone is paying, like if this is like a ploy kind of thing, you know what I mean? Like somebody like watching to like,
Real perception.
I don't know if I'm explaining that well.
No, I know what you mean. It's like the kids being sent so that they can
Yeah,
rob you.
yeah.
Real perception.
Rex is probably gonna be doing the same.
14.
Okay, roll perception.
Because my concern is that like they're gonna do this, they can
Fuck.
see where we're pulling our stuff out of.
No one seems to be paying attention to you. More than the passing, like, oh, there's a person there, let's walk around them. You know what I mean? Or the people coming out of the bar avoiding you. But no one's, like, paying particular attention to you. Other than the kid that's standing, puppy eyes, asking for food.
Mm-hmm. God damn it, I wish Ritan wasn't such a good person.
Rex is.
Sometimes.
He looks around, doesn't see anything. Can he insight on the girl as well?
You will certainly
Because
get
he's
insert-
You
he
insight
does
the
not
starving
like this
child.
place. He thinks
No, I
everybody's
feel
out to
you,
get
I
them.
feel you, but this feels so shitty.
Oh yeah. Like
may
I would
insight-
like to insight the child too.
Oh my
You can insight the child.
I'm not ready to be this shitty.
Okay. You both get the feeling that they are just a starving street child who really wants some food. And is very, very scared, but they're more hungry
Yeah.
than they are scared right now.
Make eye contact with like everyone else to like see, like kind of like to like do that like nonverbal like check-in.
Mm-hmm.
Rex kind of like nods his head as
Ritan,
and like
go
gives
ahead.
like the shoulder like, well,
Yeah.
like go
she
for it.
is going to reach into the pouch where she keeps her rations,
Mm-hmm.
pull one of them out, and say, "I'm sorry, it's not more." But...
And immediately it's like, there's the... Because, like, this is maybe the first sign of anything edible they've seen in months. So, like, the excitement over rations is probably really weird to you, even as a soldier.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like, you've been hungry and rations have been the first thing you've eaten, and then
Oh,
there's
yeah.
this kid.
yeah.
And they're like, and then they grab it, and they give a quick head nod, and then they just immediately, like, turn and bolt. And they just disappear. Like, and you watch them, and they head through, like, they skirt under legs and, like,
Mhm.
disappear into, like, the cloaks of the crowd, because everyone here is wearing the same cloak. So they just disappear off into the cloaks of the crowd.
And she kind of like takes a breath, like she's gonna say something, pauses, I hope that was a deed that's not going to turn sour. And just starts walking again.
Shaprax says, well, to me, she just looked like a hungry kid, so...
Yeah.
But let's...
Yeah, but you don't
Still
know what
don't
other
wanna be
people are
here.
willing to do to take what I just gave to her.
So
Shaprax
you
shrugs and just continues on following you. Heading out east towards the gate.
Yeah, you pull yourselves back to the task at hand and you make your way to the eastern side of town, following the very, very rough directions you got at the bar. And, you know, you're walking for a little bit, but it doesn't take long to go through following the foot traffic as well, which seems like there's always just a constant flow. And people sort of break off to different streets and buildings and, you know, their houses and what have you. And you finally find your way to the dark stone arch that breaks the wall that surrounds this town. And you can very clearly hear the flow of the southern border river that you crossed with the Connie and Cascade just beyond this break in the wall. You know, now that you're on the edge of where all the bustle is, you can get natural sound again. The moon is still hanging almost full above you, doesn't even look like it's moved since you've been walking. And its beams are bright enough to light the path in front of you. And stretching out in front of you is a thickly packed dirt road that looks to be well traveled. If you wish to continue. Is there anything else you'd like to check out in town before you go? I
Nope.
had to ask.
Yep,
I
nope,
had to
I
ask if you were gonna
completely
wait for
understand.
everything.
Dan checks out anything else in this town, we might not be leaving.
I will. Can I get a perception check from everyone, please?
Yeah.
Oh no, she does get advantage.
Yep, it's sight based. Okay, so anyone who gets higher than a 15, as you're walking through the streets, you do spot a sign that points to the clockmaker's workshop.
Fuck that.
But you carry on past it, and you set out onto this long, thick stretch of road. And running alongside you to your left is a small cliff-like face which leads down to the rushing water that you assume is the river you crossed earlier. And to your right looks like hilly grasslands for as far as your eye can see. You don't see any shadows of wildlife or anything else for that matter, other than just the natural rolls of small hills and outlines of bushes. And as you start to press forward, you can tell that your bodies are tired. You know, the time frame that you got from the barkeep is probably about accurate. You left Kakabion early in the morning and you haven't really properly taken a rest since.
Mm-hmm.
So you can feel that you're tired, even though time is fucky.
And we're out of the town now, correct?
You're leaving town, yeah.
Okay.
So tell me how long you want to go for.
I mean, so how long would it take to get like to the edge of town from where we were? So how long between then and now would it be?
It was probably only about like a 15-20 minute walk from the Moldy Kobold to the edge of the eastern edge of town. And then you've just left through the gates.
Rax
so
would
if you're going
suggest
on
another.
What the barkeep said, it would be like a 11:30-ish.
Yeah. Rax was would probably suggest another like half hour just to get a little bit more distance between us and town.
All Ritan agrees.
And then make camp off the right side of the road, I think.
Yeah. So you push on for another half hour into the depths of the night. There are plenty of places for you to put your tent, but there's absolutely fuck all in terms of cover. There are no trees, there are no, like, rocks, nothing like that. If you want to place it on the right-hand side, you'd basically just be pitching a tent in a grassy field.
And then the left side is just that sheer cliff face.
Yeah, down into... It's not like a sheer cliff face, it's probably, like, maybe a 15 to 20 foot sloped drop. But it kind of just, like, the edge of the road happens and it just goes poof, and it's a really steep slope.
Okay. Well, I mean, seems like the right side of the road is safer to just get on, but then again, it also makes it easier for other people to find. Any input from anybody?
Watches. And if anybody tries anything, well, there's a steep cliff, and I have wings.
Looking at Kess and Osiris.
Kess just kind of shrugs, like, this is our only option.
No, look, Shaw.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah, look,
I
you're
tried
delayed
so
out,
hard.
like...
I'm sorry. Carry on.
Oh, Rex. He starts heading off the right side of the road, gets a little bit away from the road just to get a little bit of space, and starts making a camp, and I'm assuming other people are following.
Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, like,
camp.
there's probably, like, a little bit of a hill that you could, like, crest over and nestle down behind that'll take you off the road.
Mm-hmm.
But again, like, there's no trees, no aerial cover, no nothing like that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you decide to set up a fire?
Probably no.
I would say probably not.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
gonna draw the wrong kind of attention.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you set up your tents in the moonlight glow. You settle down for the night.
As we get everything set up, like, Ritan, like, thumps her pack down, and she's definitely, like, grumbling under her breath.
I'm assuming once we get out of town, we all take our bags out of the bag of holding.
Oh, yeah.
I was just making sure we mentioned that.
Yep, good
You
point.
can't have them.
Oh, I live for the day that Kess tries to tell Ritan no. But she thumps her pack down and starts grumbling and takes a deep breath. I'm not sure what kind of people dance and drink and celebrate when there are children hanging from the trees.
Max says, best not to think about it. We're out of there. We're on our way where we need to be going. Let's just focus on that.
Also, when Kess hands out everything from the bag of holding, he's going to give each of you a sandwich as well.
That was stressful. Here you go.
I mean, they're a little bit soggy from being wrapped in material and traveling for a whole day.
It's food. That's not rations.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds good if he's stress eating.
Accurate.
Accurate. Accurate. Stressing. Don't care what it is. She takes another steadying breath. I don't do well and I don't like expressing myself. But I'm very grateful that the three of you were there.
Rex is nodding as you're talking, and he says, well, I'm gonna be honest, my only goal was getting the fuck out of there, because...
And I am grateful for that, because if you hadn't gotten me to move, That was very nearly a tipping point. I don't like tipping points.
I'd be concerned if you did, to be honest, but I understand what you're talking about. That was... Even with how they were talking about it not being a nice place, that's not nearly enough to describe.
No. Most of the time, I have a better rein on my temper. When I don't, most of the time, I can get it under control, and when I can't, I've always had Leodir, who's better at helping me see reason than probably anyone. But I was grateful for the three of you tonight. It's nice it's nice to have friends.
He's still nodding as you're talking. Yeah, definitely agree. He's just kind of quietly eating his sandwich now.
At that point, it kind of seems like she's said her piece because she just lifts up her mask and starts tearing into her food.
Between bites, he says, I'll take first watch so you guys can get some rest.
Are you sure?
Shrugs and says, yeah, I'm fine with it.
Alright, wake me up when you're done.
Cyrus, do you want third or fourth watch?
I can do last watch. I wake up earlier.
Alright, take third then.
Also, she says as she's disappearing into her tent, we should probably figure out what our story's going to be.
Rex chuckles and says, yeah, I'm working on it. I have a couple ideas. We'll talk about them on the...
And when the hell we're changing.
Sure, we can find some bushes before we get there.
Oh, how novel. And then the flaps of her tent just shut.
He's laughing the whole time he's suggesting.
He won't be laughing when he gets poison ivy on his...
Poison dragon.
Mm.
Wonder if he would get it.
Throw.
Yeah, right?
Oh, man.
So you settle down for the night. You take your watches. It's
Perception checks?
peaceful.
Or no?
No,
Okay.
you won't need them.
Okay.
Nothing happens. It's just very, very peaceful. And the night sky is dotted with beautiful stars that continue to hang over you the entire time, you know. You were warned that the sun wouldn't come up, and it doesn't seem to be. You know, the moon's still very prominent, like a decoration above you. And the field around you, sort of, the grass waves with the gentle warm breeze that's coming through, and the rush of the water makes it so that it's not uncomfortably silent in the night. None of you see any signs of wildlife or anything like that. You know, you don't really see people or wolves or birds or bats or any kind of creature. You're literally just surrounded by beautiful and peaceful nature. And you know, you each wake each other for your rests. I don't know if anyone wants to speak to people privately during this period as they're swapping over.
I don't think so.
Did we lose Link?
No, I'm still here. It kicked me up for some reason.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
reloading back in.
But yeah, you get to the next morning? Maybe. Doesn't feel like it. You all rest well, but it really doesn't feel like morning. And it's honestly a really odd sensation to wake up at night again, even though you went to bed at night. And it's really quite jarring because you're not even sure if time passed at all. Even though, you know, you're fully conscious, you slept, you're aware of everything. And those of you, I mean, you're at that point now where you're versed enough in adventuring to be able to be like, oh, okay, 2 hours has passed. You know, like, you can be like, okay, fucking the moon's slightly further over that way. But even then, you're not sure. But you're just kind of telling yourself that time's passing.
Rex would be looking at the stars to determine it as much as he can, because he's spent many nights under stars, so...
Yeah, many nights.
And Ritan the same.
Mm-hmm.
So, you do your best, and you're all versed enough in this to be able to tell. You're not sure what time of day it is, but you can tell when hours have passed. You know, you're all finding yourself waking up, you know, getting yourselves ready for the day. Any hit points, spell slots, anything like that you may replenish. You do get the benefits of a full rest.
DM question.
Yes.
Is mine all charges in a day, or is it a specific number per dawn?
I'm going to that.
I should have specified that with you before.
That's not the right thing. All charges at dawn.
Doesn't matter, I was only missing one, but I wanted to know for future reference.
Mm-hmm.
Dawn.
Yeah, dawn.
Literal dawn, not physical, apparently.
Yeah, well, that was my next question, is do I feel like it has been replenished?
I mean, you're new to it, so maybe? Out of character, yes. In character.
In character, she's like, I have no idea if I did this right.
Swing it around a bit and see.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Just like,
She does not swing it around a bit.
fire alert. But yes, the day is yours. How do you wish to proceed? Or the night is yours. Yes, this is confusing.
Oh god, why'd you do this?
Because that's what it's like here.
As Ritan is like buckling on like the last bit of her armor, she's like, for the record, I vehemently oppose the idea of changing in the bushes.
Rex is chuckling as you're saying this.
Oh, I'm glad you find it funny. You get to wear pants.
Fair.
And now she has a horrible realization. And she blinks a couple of times. And then seems to, like, get distracted. And blinks a couple more times.
Rex goes, Tell him I said hi.
Don't do that. And
Maybe
she
we
actually
can
holds
find
up
a-
a finger in your direction. And it's almost like you can tell like she's like in mid-thought as she's saying it, like maybe she's having simultaneous conversations. It's like the mom who's talking to one kid and another one starts doing something, she just goes,
He's got a shit-eating grin on his face now.
For as much as an owl can laugh, you're hearing like little hoots coming from your shoulder.
If bushes don't sound good, we can find a public outhouse instead.
We could rent a room for a day and just change individually and before we head in. Like, it's... There's a bunch of things we could do. The bush was mostly just to... He points at Ritan, chuckling.
It sounds cheap to me.
She rolls her eyes and makes a very exasperated sighing sound. Mutters something under her breath that doesn't sound like it's a nice thing. It sounds frustrated.
Rax looks up at Peepers.
Basically, yeah, I know. Basically, what she's saying is like, oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me.
And you get that relayed to you translated, Rex, in your head.
Still has a shit-eating grin on his face.
Okay, but you all sort of come together, you have your ration breakfast, you pack up your tents, you get everything together. You make your way back to the path, which seems completely unchanged from the night before. And
Osiris is green.
yeah, Osiris is green, for those of you who can see color in dim light. But yeah,
Which I think
Osiris
would
is green,
just be
though.
Rax.
He's gonna, like, pick his arm up and do, like, one of these.
And Ritan just
Little
turns
bit like
around
this.
with zero preamble, just sees you doing that, looks at Osiris. You're green?
By us. And now I'm getting a thirst for a drink.
Oh, so you're a plant now.
Alcoholic more, but...
And she just kind of shakes her head and makes a motion like, whoosh.
It does have turned into an alcoholic plant now.
Oh lord. But you continue.
And you just hear Ritan all of a sudden go, oh no.
You continue on down the path. And you can still hear the river. You know, it's sort of the one thing that's keeping you sane from it being silent out here. And occasionally you're brushed by the warm breeze, and you know, across the river you can see the line of trees that once were home to where you felt safe and now have squiggly weird trees in them. But also Cakavion is there, and you know, you're probably on one of the most boring walks you have had since you started anything ever. Like, it's a lot of just grass and river and path. That's it. Like, the time doesn't change, the moon doesn't move, the stars are above you. The only thing that hits you is the breeze. There's silence other than the river. It's pretty fucking boring. And you continue and continue and continue on the same path. And eventually, you crest over the top of what you didn't realize was a hill. And as you're sort of getting up to the top of it, you finally spy the town at the end of the road. And from where you can see, there seems to be like a lower section and a higher section of this town because there's some kind of building up on a higher area of this town, and the rest of it just seems to be like this strew of houses, maybe? From this distance, you don't know if they're anything other than houses, you just know that they're buildings with roofs and chimneys. And there's sort of this... There's numerous different wisps of smoke coming out of almost every chimney that you can make out in the darkness of the background. And it's just spewing like... as if fires are lit in homes. Many, many homes. And you continue forward. And you get down to the bottom of this hill and you come to what you would expect to be a wall of a town or something, but it doesn't seem like it's defended at all. And right enough, from one side there is a river that comes in, and from the other, where you've been walking along this path, there is another. And it looks like it might meet behind this relatively small town. And you look up at the moon, and you notice that, oh, it has changed. There's a little more of it than there was yesterday? If yesterday happened? If a day has happened? It looks like there's just a small little sliver that is missing. Anyone who wants to can make a nature check.
Oh, this'll be funny. Nope.
Kess and I spend a lot of time outside.
Yeah, y'all are familiar. This is probably the last night that the moon won't be full. This is the eve of the full moon, which is exactly the time frame you were given. But it's weird because you weren't aware of time fully passing. Again, it's a really, really uncomfortable feeling. And you see, as you're sort of getting down to where this town is, you see the flicker of lights in most of the houses through curtains that are drawn closed. And there's an uncomfortable silence that seems to hang in the area. What was once replaced by the sound of rushing water seems to go quiet here. And as you're sort of drawing up to the edge of one of the buildings, you're sort of starting to notice that smoke that's coming out of all of the chimneys here is sort of like hanging in the air. Sort of from like waist height down. It's not thick enough to obscure anything, but it's just kind of hanging. And you don't see a single person walking about. Although you do feel like there's a welcoming draw, almost as if you're being pulled in. And it's impossible not to notice the building sat upon the hill at the far end of town. Carry on, Wither.
I don't like this. She even says that.
Why
So,
not?
are we breathing okay? Is there like smog? Okay.
Like, it's the faint smell of like like, you know when you smell like someone's burning a coal fire or whatever? Like you can always smell
okay.
someone burning a fire. It's like all of the houses around you are burning fires in their home, and because there's so much of it, it's just kind of hanging. And it smells sort of like that kind of smell, you know, like someone has lit a proper fire and the chimney is billowing out smoke.
And it's distinctly different from that. Just want to clarify that.
What? How do you mean?
From the other smell that we smell all the time.
Yes! No, it's not him.
I'm just making sure that I can differentiate between the two if I have to.
It's not him. I mean, it's very, very close to him, but it's a different kind of burning material. Whereas his is more like kindling, this is definitely like coal.
I just wanted to make sure that if I had to differentiate, I could.
It's not him.
Okay.
Very close, but no cigar.
For a second, she's probably like... Like, there's that momentary, like, wait, are you? Wait, no. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
and there's like a large house up at the top of the hill,
Yeah, it looks
like a large like manor style house.
a beautiful Victorian-styled manor that sits like a trophy with the moon
Lovely.
as if it's lighting it, with stunning depictions of architecture like that you've never seen before. Move. Thank you. Broke roll 20.
Oh, I see a different setting now. This is good.
I don't see anything.
I see a different setting.
Yay!
Yeah, different map.
Oh, I see you again.
Yay!
Hi!
Okay.
I'm back.
Thank you. But yeah.
Oh God, what did I do? So, Ritan's gonna kind of look at the others. Well, maybe if we're lucky, then we can find ourselves an inn, so we don't have to change in the bushes like savages.
Rex kind of like snort chuckles a little bit and says, "Yeah, that's like that works too."
I mean, if you prefer the bushes, and she kind of turns around and looks back the way we came.
Lead on.
Oh, I think Zoe's dying again.
I'm
Yeah.
still here. I can hear you.
Okay.
Well,
So
roll 20. It looked like
obviously
you
there's
were.
no people in the street to ask for directions.
You haven't seen it.
So-
You're still on the outskirts. You haven't
Oh,
gone
okay.
into
Okay.
the actual.
Then I guess in we go.
Didn't the invitation say they would give us a room? Maybe we can just change at the manor.
It also Elizabeth also said that if we show up without the proper dress code, we could be told to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't what?
It was in the letter that it said that.
Okay. So yeah, so she would say that instead of Elizabeth. The letter specifically says that if our dress code offends, we might be sent away. Might be a better idea to show up already dressed.
Yeah. Show up already dressed, put our things in a room, and then we can probably.
Correct.
It just kind of shrugs.
Look,
Karen.
Believe me, as little walking as I have to do after I change, the happier I'll be. Stop smiling, and she points at Rax.
Can't.
So you press into.
Rax chuckles a little bit more to himself than he was a second before.
You make your way into this small little town. And the buildings are made of grey stone with grey roofs. And again, you see all the flickers of lights as if there are life in all of these houses. But all of the buildings you're passing looks completely residential. You know, these are people's homes. I'm not sure how far you'd like to go or where you'd like to go in the city, you tell me. Obviously, you've got the big fuck off house that's sitting up on the hill, but other than that.
This is gonna be an awkward question, but I don't know how else to phrase it here. I know I'm unfamiliar with this specific city's layout, but is there any indication of where the town might turn less from residential and more toward business type thing?
From what you've seen, even from up on the crest of the hill, no idea. And at this level, it's just all houses. Like you're walking public level.
Okay.
Rax asks Peepers if she can fly up and see any like buildings with like, you know, the the thing that hangs out and then there's a sign hanging out or something like
signpost.
that. Signpost, yeah.
Mhm.
Something like
Yeah.
that.
Okay. Happy to fly up. Please roll me a perception. Okay. So Meebles flies up and has a little look around. Rax, I need you to roll me a perception as well, please. So Peepers flies up and you get the sound of like curious humming, as if she's confused. And then you watch as you're not sure if it's small birds or bats fly and sort of come close enough to Peepers to be aware, but they don't seem to be aggressive towards her.
Mm-hmm.
But Peepers goes up and they flock in, and they follow every move that she makes. And then as she comes back towards you, they flit away. And then Peepers lands on your shoulder and says, "It's houses as far as the eye can see, I'm afraid. Doesn't look like there's an inn or a tavern or anything. Tough luck for Osiris, huh?"
Rex relays that everything to everybody.
Okay. So, it's a couple of minutes before Peepers comes back down and lands on Rax's shoulder. There's a moment where he's obviously listening to what she's telling him, and then he... Please, continue.
Well, first off, when she was flying up, looked like she was being followed by a bunch of bats or something, so that's weird. But she says that it's about houses as far as the eye can see, no inns, taverns, nothing. He looks over at Osiris and she says, "Tough luck, buddy." He just kind of chuckles after saying that.
Ritan's eyes just like she's doing that thing like you can tell like the gears are turning. They're not connecting. And she just kind of gives like that curious like, huh, head tilt.
Because I'm just relaying what she said.
You get like a slight flap of her wings on his shoulder.
All right, so it's changing in the bushes or changing in an alley.
We can check the tavern for a bathroom, maybe, and just change
Did
there.
you not just...
Just houses, as far as the eye can see.
Changing at the manor doesn't sound like a bad idea to me.
If we don't get turned away for showing up like this. And she kind of like gestures at all of them collectively.
I'm sure we wouldn't be the only ones showing up like this. And if we get turned away, then we change in a bush somewhere.
Changing in a bush. Fine, fine.
Tell me where you're going.
Do we have a story yet either? We didn't
Rex goes, "Oh,
maybe
I mean,
not. Let's not. You just roll with it, I guess, because now you were followed, and she kind of like points at Frisia, so we don't know if the walls have ears.
And as you point at Peepers, you get like a very, and as far as it can be done as an owl, you get a what with her wings.
Not accusatory, just pointing out a fact.
Yeah, but you still get that reaction from her.
No, that's what she says in response.
And you get like a very like kind of like a hunched down kind of like pouty pose. It's like a.
You're fantastic. It's not your fault that they're bats.
And then it's almost as if she's in a huff because she like does that thing where the owl turns their full head and she turns it away from you.
Okay.
And where are you going?
Rex is looking at Ritan. He doesn't care.
Why are you looking at me?
Like, you
There's
joke
no
that,
end
like,
was my plan.
well then, what next?
Well,
Because
then
I'm
I'm
fine with
over-
changing in bushes. I don't care. He's chuckling while he says it, because he doesn't care.
I feel like you're just forcing this decision onto me because you're getting some kind of sick satisfaction out of it, and that's not helpful.
Little column A, little column B.
I will hit you.
I know.
Hmm.
He looks over at Osiris and Kess for any input from them as well.
She cocks her head like she's hearing something. Heh. Heh heh.
Osiris, Kess, you're being looked at.
Just shrugs. I've changed in the woods my entire life. Like, don't care.
I can do it
I've
once or
changed
twice.
in the bush my entire life. I don't really care.
So same. Just shrugs.
I can change out in the wilderness once or twice. That doesn't bother me.
Dan, it's your choice.
Wherever you're most
Why-
comfortable.
Why is it my choice? I'm uncomfortable no matter how we do this.
Kess is gonna reach into the bag of holding, pull out clothes for Osiris.
Why are the three of you
Ritan.
more indecisive than 90% of the other women I've met?
Can I finish?
Sure.
So Kess is gonna go into the bag of holding, pull out the clothes, hand everybody their respective clothes, and then he's just gonna strip and start changing right there.
Whoa! And
Osiris
Ritan, like,
turns
immediately
around.
turns around.
Rax tries his best not to just completely flop onto the ground laughing.
And then
He is
verbally
very
out loud,
much.
she looks up and goes, "You were saying?"
He's not stopping. Still just laughing.
So Cass is getting changed. Osiris, are you joining the party?
Osiris turns around, chuckles, starts changing as well.
Oh, I need to wash my eyes now. A little warning next time, maybe.
I turned around.
Not you.
We got nothing to hide.
Not the point.
Apparently, neither do you, Kess.
Rax does exactly that. He like stops for a second and then just continues laughing.
I hate this. This is Wither, not her.
Rax and I have the same fucking reaction to this.
So
Kess can't find a single fuck to give.
Cass and Osiris strip down to their skivvies and get all fancied up in the middle of the street. They both get their ties crooked.
Never
Osiris,
been on before.
exactly. You both get it crooked. One of you has a bow tie, the other has an actual necktie.
Rax fixes them for him.
Aww. and you watch as the boys help each other get ready. I don't know if Rex is changing too.
He's waiting for a decision. He's just stalling now.
I mean, the other two have changed.
Oh yeah, I'm aware.
Kess puts his old clothes back in the bag of holding.
Would you mind doing that for my
We'll
clothes
hold it
too?
open for you.
Tosses them in like laundry.
Doesn't even fold them, you child. What are you guys doing?
Having an existential crisis.
Okay, but beyond that.
I hate myself for having to ask this question.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a nearby secluded alleyway?
Oh, yeah! There is a secluded alleyway. There's like, it's kind of like...
That no one's going to be able to open their window and see what I'm doing?
Yeah, so it's kind of like one of those things that it's like, one of those two-story houses that have the stairs with the bridge. You go under the bridge and it kind of leads into, like, the alleyway that would then lead into the courtyard and there's no windows on it.
Sure.
It takes her 10 minutes to take off her armor.
And Lady is not there to help you. And he is reveling in this. He is
Oh, I know he is. I know he
dying
is.
laughing in your head.
I know he is. And he's probably doing color commentary the entire time she's changing.
He's quiet while you're changing.
Huh?
He's quiet while you're changing.
Oh, interesting. So as she seems to make a decision, takes a big sigh, and just says, I will not be held responsible if any of you wander down after me. And just starts walking down the alleyway.
Rex is gonna stand at the end of it, facing the opposite, like, into the street.
And you successfully change in the dark back alley. Armor and all.
It feels somehow dirty.
Uh-huh. Well, I mean, it is dirty.
No, I mean, but it feels like, you know?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Kind of feels like changing in the bar bathroom.
We've all done it. But yeah, you strip down to your skivvies, get off your armor and everything, pull yourself into the beautiful little red number that Lady picked out for you.
Yep.
See the shoes and regret your decisions.
Yep.
And then
Wasn't my decision.
make your way back out to where all but Rax are now changed.
Hang on 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Can I actually... This will be quicker if we just...
Okay.
So while she's... Well, once she comes out, Rax is gonna go into the alleyway and change himself.
They're gone.
Oh, both of them are? Ah, okay. I can't hear him anymore, because fucking Discord doesn't make the noise.
Mine didn't used to, but once I reloaded redid the wipe on my computer and reloaded it, now it does. So I can hear when people leave and come back again.
Do you have the streamer thing
Yeah.
enabled? That could be it.
There we go. Only so I can get the indication for when they leave and shit.
I'm ready for a nap.
Already? That is fucking hilarious. while we're waiting, I'll be right back.
I just saw some stand up and leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went to the bathroom. I
Dare
thought Keeper got up too, but I guess not.
Nope. I'm still here.
Well, what are Osiris and Kess doing while Ritan is getting changed?
Waiting.
Would you like to talk about anything? Would you like to have a gentlemanly discussion?
It doesn't get more gentlemen than turning around and changing in front of each other, so...
I mean,
Oh, I didn't even turn around.
no, he was just like, yoink!
You're like, whoa! And away goes the
Yeah,
traveler.
hence why Ritan was like, whoa!
It's not the first time he's been naked in front of everybody.
It's definitely the first time you've been naked in front of Ritan!
Yeah, I think it's been the first time in front of us.
No, he put a towel on! He put a towel on for Ritan! I have it in my notes!
But it was it's not like I still had to get out. And then I put the
Maybe getting in, but...
yeah,
as
also
well.
getting in.
This sounds really bad if you close your eyes and out of context.
Yeah, it does.
Oh yeah.
Alright.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Ritan struts up to
And also, it's not like I changed my underwear, so...
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is that the sound that I hear in my head?
She doesn't
This is
care.
also all out of character, so...
But yes, you're probably about 10-15 minutes with your back to Ritan getting changed and struggling in the alleyway behind you with her armor.
You probably hear a couple of like, fuck.
God damn these buckles!
He instinctively turns and then realizes and doesn't turn all the way. No.
But yes, if there's anything you would like to say to Osiris or Kess while you're waiting. Or if
That
you'd
was
like to
fucking
try and speak-
hilarious. That's all he really says, and just kind of chuckles under his breath.
Just shrugs.
So Ritan finally struts her way out.
And they probably still, regardless of what shoes she's wearing, hear her coming before they see her.
Yeah, the hollow click of high heels down the alleyway definitely is noticeable compared to the thuds of chainmail. But yes, all but Rex are now changed.
After she comes out, he goes down into the alley and changes himself.
Oh boy. And you all changed successfully without getting mud on your new clothes. Congratulations. What would you like to do now?
I would also like to put my armor in the bag of holding. She
Hold
kind of
it
just
open.
walks over to Kess and she's got her armor basically like on 2 fingers.
Yeah, Kess is just like as soon as he sees you coming, he's like getting the bag of holding ready to open. Put your armor in.
Carefully places it in there.
Yep.
Max walks back out. He doesn't have any clothes in his hand. They're back in his backpack.
Oh, to not have to wear armor.
I know, right? Pretty nice.
You all look dapper as fuck. Where are you going?
Up the hill?
To the manor.
Alright. Rax,
Hmm.
I've been informed that you should tell me your plan.
Well, so it says that obviously the invitation's for Elizabeth. I'm thinking our best bet is to be... I can't think of the right word. this is me personally. I can't think of the right word for like going in someone's place.
Representing.
Yes. Say that we're representing Elizabeth
Here
because
on her behalf? Here representing her interests?
here on her behalf because she did not want to seem rude in that she didn't respond and wasn't able to make it.
Alright.
More as a... She wants to send her regards with us. Congratulations, all that business, but she couldn't make it herself. And that's what I'm thinking is our best bet with this. Like, either holding up the invitation or pointing to whoever has it. Like, and he, like, makes a hand like it's paper. If he doesn't have it, but yeah. Like, so that's...
Hand does, actually.
Either way, then he'll point at you and just be like...
She'll pull it out.
Says, just... Because she couldn't make it herself and she said she didn't respond. And then we'll probably...
I would say the less details we share, the better. Because then that's just more details we're going to have to keep straight if people ask us.
I mean, that's about as much detail as I would go into. Just here representing her to give congratulations.
Give our regards on her behalf.
Yep. That's what I'm thinking. And if they ask, like, who the hell we are to her, we're... Guess, where would we go from there? Because I'm thinking just...
Friends of the family.
Yeah. I was thinking trusted friends and...
Rattan kind of, like, snorts and puts a finger on the center of, like, the forehead of her mask and goes... Is this like when you crash a wedding and you say, oh, we're friends of the groom's family, and then someone else asks, you're friends of the bride's family?
I mean...
Yeah, except we're always going to be friends of Elizabeth's family.
Yeah, easy.
I just imagined what Ritan looks like in her dress with her mask on.
I know, and she's mentally debating whether or not she's supposed to take it off. On that note, she's gonna... We should be walking and talking at this point. Like, we need to be going. She's going to, after a couple of minutes... So... As wonderful a fashion piece as this is, and ting ting, something tells me it does not exactly complement my ensemble.
Yeah. Maybe.
Maybe not unless we're masquerading.
She gives you a look that says that is mildly insulting. I've never really had to go to a formal event where I haven't been permitted to wear it. Everyone pretty much knows who or what I am, where I come from, so...
Well, would they know... He does this, like, your title thing? He still doesn't fully grasp it.
Maybe?
Well... You want to ask him if it's alright?
It's not so much that, it's that I don't want to draw unnecessary attention. By wearing it, people tend to stare. Not that that's going to be a problem anyway, and she kind of, like, holds her arms out, looks down at her cleavage. It's more the fact that I get a little nervous in social situations, and... When I get nervous, I'm scared of what might happen if things go badly and I'm not wearing this.
Says, well, if you want to have it on you just in case, and if they don't have a problem with it, then...
You know what? No, I like that idea, though. I'll at least keep it on me, and if things start to go badly, I'll just put it on and deal with it.
Mm-hmm. Either put it on and excuse yourself, or just put it on and deal with it.
Okay. Okay. But things are going to go fine.
Hmm?
And she reaches up and hesitates for a second, and then very slowly pulls the mask off. Let's make an impression, shall we?
He kind of like adjusts his jacket and says, we're bound to.
So as you're walking and talking, you make your way through the streets of the place that you assume is Duskthane. You haven't seen any signage or any indication of it being that place. But you make your way up to this stunning building, following the path that leads up to thick iron gates. And as you're getting up there, it is a beautiful piece of architecture. Like, even from far away, you could see it was grand. Now you're up close, you're like, whoa, holy shit. The exterior is surrounded by a well-kept garden grounds that are enclosed by a sturdy, thick brick wall. And as the path comes to meet this wall, it splits, and tall iron gates wrapped with thick vines seem to climb up the bars. The building itself is a well-kept, solid-looking 3-floor manor with rose vines that climb up the walls. The roof is shingled with black slate, and there are numerous points on top of this building that have dark-colored metal spikes that stretch up towards the sky. You're currently standing outside closed gates. Would you like to open the gate?
Does it look like that's something that we would be allowed to do?
There's no one there waiting. You can see the lights on the lower floor of the building. It doesn't say no trespassing or anything.
That's kind of what I was looking for. It was like the beware of dogs sign.
You can roll a perception check and see if you can find any signage that isn't evidently obvious.
Sure. No.
No signage. Definitely no signage, Shaprax. Cyrus. It looks like the gates are opened regularly, like you can see the scratch marks on the stonework on the ground, and they definitely open into the garden rather than out towards you. It seems disturbed recently, but nothing saying no trespassing, beware of dog, nothing like that.
Ritan kind of just makes like the gesture at the gate, like, well, come on.
Pushes it.
And they do that stereotypical
Gate
Love it.
because it's a metal gate.
Yep.
And it kind of like, it sends a shiver down all of you because it's like nails in a chalkboard kind of bad. But you push the gate open and it leads into a beautiful, beautiful garden grounds. Like, you could only see just through the gate now that you're in and you're on the sort of the paved path. It's very, very clear that whoever lives here takes care of this garden. You know, there's topiary and pockets of various different flowers and bushes, and you know, they take care of this garden. They're very proud of it. And the sort of the ground beneath you is turned from this dirt path to paved, smooth grey stones that are kind of put in a mismatched patchwork pattern that leads off to various sections of the garden. You know, it leads forward into this middle section and then seems to branch out. In the middle section of the garden, which is probably about a good 30 or so feet away from the gate, let alone the building itself, there looks to be a big, massive fuck-off fountain that's all lit beautifully. As you're sort of walking towards it, you see that this multi-tiered fountain is carved beautifully. The bottom sections have carvings of wolves that are positioned as if drinking from the fountain's base, with the water flowing down between them from the tier above. The middle tier is carved into humanoids holding large jugs, probably as big as their upper bodies, that are resting on their back, and they're tipping their whole body forward to pour water out of these jugs. From the section between where all of these humanoid figures, there seems to be a pillar that is tall and thin and is carved to look as if bats are coming out from between them. And from the top of this pillar, the spray of water creates like a dome around the whole thing and falls to land in the base below. You are sort of taking in the structure, this beautiful carving of this fountain, and you all notice that it is immaculate. There's no sign of moss or mold or water damage or cracks or anything to this structure. It is a beautiful piece. It took a lot of time and care and effort to make it. But given the vegetation that's growing around it and on it and the different pockets of plants that are in planters around it, it doesn't look new. It's definitely been here for a while. And you make the final length of the trip towards the building, up the stairs that lead to the grand main entrance of this beautiful abode. So huge double doors that stand as a gateway into the building have large, elegant brass door knockers that are styled to look like wolves' heads, fixed to the sort of average human height to these massive, thick, dark wood doors. Those of you with a passive perception of 13 or higher can already hear the sound of music coming from behind these doors. However, as you're standing there, you all hear the sound of a distant wolf howling. It starts as one, and then is shortly joined by a second, and then a third. And they're coming from all different directions as if they're communicating to each other. However, your attention is then yanked back to the double doors as you hear the sound of the handles being pulled, and then the creaks of the doors opening into the building. And the warm glow of the indoor light breaks through the cracks in the doors apart, and before you stands 3 individuals, 2 of whom are dressed in formal wear, and the third is dressed as something similar to your typical butler attire. However, it has flourishes of gold embroidery that helps to bring out the essence of fancy in the appearance. The 2 human males who pulled open the door stand to the side as if leaving it open for you to walk in, taking up a very prim and proper pose. It's evident that they're also staff of the house. However, they're not sort of embellished in the same way as the other ones. And the male and female who are standing with the butler, who is dressed elegantly, are now looking at you expectantly.
What is the description of the male?
The male individual?
Mm-hmm.
I have to scroll down. Because I have it written.
Sorry.
I'm blind. No, it's okay.
Making you go out of order here.
No, it's okay. It's okay. So the male individual is about 6'1" and more like an ornament to the side of the woman. He has long white hair that's been pulled back into a neat ponytail for the occasion, and he's dressed in Victorian-style dark grey, almost black suit, which complements the attire of the woman next to him. I can show you a picture.
Can I tell race from where I am?
I mean, looking at him, he's pale, slightly pointed ears, elegant features, potentially sort of maybe late 20s to mid 30s. Alright. Would you like the physical description of everyone else that you're looking at?
May as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let me show you. First of all, this one. That is the butler who I described to you. The very elegant one. And then the woman who he is standing a half step behind, this is the butler standing a half step behind the woman, is dressed in an elegant, slim, form-fitting grey gown that pulls on the floor around her feet. She's adorned with golden jewellery and accents that look to be rather expensive, but kind of follow the theme of greys and golds and blacks that the whole group seem to be going with in their appearance. It's kind of as if they dressed around her more than anything. and she's got this long flowing white hair that's sort of being held back with a sort of not quite a crown, but more like a hair ornament that's kind of holding it back off of her face.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, these are the people you see before you.
But safe to assume by this that this is probably a lord and lady of the house.
Yeah, safe assumption.
Okay.
And because they kind of take that moment to look at you expectantly, and then nothing happens, you hear the butler, who's kind of the half step behind, just go, and he's well spoken and polite and young, with piercing green eyes. And he seems to look beyond you all rather than at you, and he goes, "Well, welcome to Dustthane Manor, honored guests. We trust that you have your invitation as proof to being welcome inside. Please, if you'd like to provide it to the butlers by the door, we may proceed. The event has already been going for 45 minutes, and the dances have already begun." And then he extends his hand out to his left, as if gesturing to something of note, and to the left is the Lord and Lady of the house. And he's like, "I would like to introduce you to the Lord and Lady. Lady Luce and her new husband. I trust that you will enjoy the evening that they have planned for you, and if you'd like to visit your rooms and rid yourselves of the burden that you're currently carrying, I can have the staff show you the way, then they'll bring you back to the main ballroom when you're done. Please do not linger any longer than you have to, as the lady would like to address the party, now that all, the expected numbers have arrived." And as he's saying that, he kind of, like, his gaze, which was once looking beyond you, focuses in on you and kind of flicks over you very deliberately.
And as he, like, motions to Lady Luce and her husband, Ritan, like, does, like, the very polite, you know, lowering of the... Not, like, a full-on, like, bow that she would give to, like, a king, but, like, she does, like, the respectful bow.
Like the low bow. Yeah.
Rex kind of follows suit, not like almost mimicking as best as he can.
Shit, what do we do?
Clearly not used to doing it, but understanding probably a good idea.
Kess looks really confused for a second while he watches these two do it, and then gives like a half bow, like, I think I'm supposed to do this. I don't really know.
Oh boy.
What the fuck is going on here?
Oh boy. Cyrus, what are you doing?
Cyrus kind of exaggerates about.
Boy.
I'm imagining, like, the arm and everything.
Like the full,
Yeah, the full on.
the full flourish
the
and
awkward
everything.
bow from Witcher 3.
Forward and go low.
Oh yeah, where you have to...
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, so you all give your bows, and they don't seem to be offended, but they also
Okay.
don't seem to care.
Okay,
Like-
as long as they're not offended, that's
Yeah,
the
that's
important
what
thing.
we're going for.
There's definitely an indifference.
Yeah, that's fine. I wouldn't expect very much more from nobility, but, you know.
But yes, so now that you're sort of being ushered into what is essentially the foyer, you're greeted by behind the Lord and Lady, a large waterfall which rests in the center of this area, and wrapped around it are two sets of grand staircases that are lined with beautiful plush-looking carpets. And below your feet, as you step inside, is an old rug that kind of looks, you know, that has been there for a while. It's like a family heirloom. It's the one thing that seems out of place in this rather immaculate room. And beyond, just behind the stairs, you see two different hallways that seem to lead deeper in, and that seems to be where the source of the music is coming from. There are doors off to the left and right that are currently shut. And at the base of each of the stairs is a single butler on either side. And you're starting to notice that every single butler that isn't the one right beside Lady Luce's side look exactly the same.
Oh, that's creepy. No, that is creepy. That is so freaking weird.
Varying heights, but definitely, like, like same sort of shaggy brown haircut, same uniform, same posture,
Oh.
all male.
Oh, you scared the hell out of me. I thought they all looked the exact same,
Yeah.
and I was like, no.
Physical
Okay.
appearance, yes. Height, no. But everything else about their physical appearance is exactly the same.
Wait, same face and everything?
Very, 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 like, almost identical.
Okay, that's still weird.
Mm-hmm.
They all look human,
Okay.
other than the who you're assuming is the head butler, who looks maybe
And-
elven.
The husband you said had slightly pointed ears, yes?
Yep, and the Lady Luce does as well.
Okay. Okay. And I'm sorry, I'm asking weird questions right now.
No, weird questions are good questions.
Shit, I didn't get that. What color eyes does the Lord of the House have?
You can't really see from this distance. You're not close enough.
Shit. Alright.
So, the head butler is watching you expectantly. He's giving you instructions.
Hey, Ritan's letting Rax lead. She's playing her part.
Did you give him the note?
Oh yeah, she gave it to you
Out of
outside.
character.
Okay. He starts making his way up.
Cass, what were you saying?
Oh, I was just gonna say out of character, like who has the invite, so we know.
Yeah.
But they
Yeah.
already figured it out. So.
Yeah. Lorax is gonna slowly make his way up, pulling the invite out, and he says, here's our invite, where as he's making his way up, he's handing it to... Well, he starts to, like, put his hand out, kind of judging who would actually... Well, no. He said the butlers, right? Near the
One of
doors?
the butlers by the doors, yeah.
So he walks up to the butler at the actual door, and he hands it to
Left
them.
or
And
right? If you're looking into the house you're currently facing, Lady Luce is on your left, her husband is on the right, and the butler is just behind Lady Luce. So who you choose by the door, which door you choose, I don't know if that'll influence your decision, but just to let you know where they're standing.
he'll go to the one on the left, hand it to them, say, we're actually here in place of Elizabeth over in Kukabion. She's regrettably busy at this time, and she wanted to make sure that you weren't under the impression she wasn't grateful for the invitation. We're here in her stead to give you her congratulations and well wishes.
And you see, in fact, roll me, everyone who's looking at the Lord and Lady.
Oh, I'm
give me
watching
an
this
insight check.
carefully. I'm
Give me
watching
an
this
insight check.
very carefully. Oh boy. Okay. Okay.
I actually have to roll now.
Oh well, that's a good thing, right? That means I did good. That means we did good.
Wow. Okay.
Insight's based off of what? Intelligence?
Wisdom.
Wisdom. Good.
That's why I'm not shit at it.
That's fair. So should I roll one for Frisia as well, or?
Frisia's not really paying that much attention.
Okay.
She's
Fair.
kind of more trying to look like a normal owl right now because pets are allowed. So she's kind of doing like
Yeah,
the
we don't need our
normal
owl getting thrown
owl
out.
thing.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And
Yeah.
attacked by bats in the sky as she just
We don't
flies
have
up.
our Deva right now. We need the owl.
But yeah, give me a second.
Oh. Damn it.
Did I? I didn't even see what I rolled. Oh.
You got a 15, I got a 16. It was probably or a 17. So close.
I'm like playing around with spells and shit.
I'm surprised I didn't have to roll a deception.
not necessarily untrue.
Yeah, she did give it to us and say,
She gave it to us willingly.
mm-hmm.
Said, however we want to use it.
This is
Technically, you didn't lie.
Mm-hmm. Fuck. Yes, I do have to.
What?
Have to. GM roll a deception.
Oh.
Damn it.
Well,
We were so close. Hopefully it was good enough. It's probably good that I was the one that walked up then.
Alright. So you know what you know. You hand the invitation over. You say that Elizabeth is busy. And the person you can assume is the head butler kind of goes, that's interesting. Would you like to be shown your rooms for the evening?
Yes,
it's
please,
not
if you
too
would.
much trouble.
And then he gives a gesture to one of the butlers standing at the bottom of the stairs. If you wouldn't mind, show them to the back suites by the library. He's like, of course, sir. And he comes forward and bows to you all. If you would care to follow me, please.
Rex kind of gives a hand gesture as just lead the way.
Ritan smiles politely. And again, before leaving, kind of gives the respectful bow in the direction of the Lord and Lady.
You get a head bob from Lady Luce.
Rex does like a half bow and says thank you and continues on as well.
Don't get lost, this is the head butler saying as you're carrying on. And you're led back down the... So there's a hallway to the left and the right of the stairs in this foyer. Your head down the left, the ones as you're facing it, sorry, I should say. And to get to the rooms, you're taken into this breathtaking ballroom. Which seems strange because why would they lead you through the event to get to the rooms? But they do it. And there's currently already bustling life in here. Music is playing, people are dancing. There's a group of 4 on the stage who seem to be the entertainment for the evening. They're playing slow, smooth jazz, and everybody who wants to dance is currently up doing some kind of ballroom foxtrot. If you're Ritan, you'd be the only one familiar with that.
Yeah!
Yeah.
Yeah!
And with just the quick glance you get around the room, you gather that there are a lot of people there, and there are butlers attending tables and handing out various things like aperitifs and pre-dinner nibbles, as well as glasses of wine and whiskey. You're not in there long enough before you're pulled, not so much pulled, but led down a small narrow corridor it's literally you walk in, take a left, and there's a corridor right there. You're like in the corner of the ballroom. And you're led down this hallway, small and narrow, to a door at the end of the hall. Which then opens up into a large hallway, which has numerous of doors that look exactly the same. The butler who leads you through here takes you all the way to the corner of the hallway, and then stops along the end of the hallway at every door, and hands you each a key. And at the first door, he states that he'll wait at the corner of the hallway, and when you're ready, you should go and find him, so he can take you back to the ballroom. He also states that if you want to go anywhere else, you must be escorted.
Of course.
And then he leaves you to go into your rooms. I think I have an order for this, so I'm going to check the other one. So Ritan, you're the first door, Kess, your second, Osiris, your third, Rax, your fourth, along the back hallway.
Okay. The butler has left at this point?
No, he's standing in the... So basically, he led you through. There was a long hallway that came to a corner that was like a back hallway, and along the back hallway are your rooms. And he's standing in the corner in the hallway. But you're left to go into your rooms. Like, he makes sure you each go into a door before he moves away.
Shit. That ruins that plan. Okay.
What, now you don't have disadvantage? You're going to try and sneak around?
No! No! No, I had a better idea, but now it's foiled. Alright, I'm gonna go into my room.
Okay.
Ritan's not smart enough to come up with... I'm not smart enough.
So your bedrooms are probably the most fancy personal sleeping quarters you have ever been allowed to rest in. There's a huge, fluffed up, 4-poster double bed with a mountain of pillows that takes everything in your bodies not to dive into. Like, full-on kid in a hotel room kind of, way! There's a large wooden wardrobe with an ornate writing desk, that has parchment and quill pen that seems to be sitting in a pot of brand new ink. There's an armor stand, which looks like it was added for guests rather than being a permanent fixture in the room, and a solid-looking armchair. The walls are decorated with art that hangs in thick golden frames, and the art itself is paintings of ships with deep red sails out in beautiful oceans. And the red of the sails seems to match perfectly with the decor of the silks that are wrapped around the posts of the bed. These rooms are literally built for royalty.
I'm immediately checking my room for anything suspicious. Like, I'm basically sweeping the room for bugs.
What would Ritan count as suspicious?
Okay, this is gonna
That's
be
a very
this is gonna be this is gonna be a thing.
Everyone.
Yep. Under the bed.
Okay.
Because Ritan is dumb.
Like, are we going like full on under, or are we like lifting mattress as well?
I feel like she wouldn't try to do that in these shoes.
Okay.
Like,
but she'll bend over to look under it.
I feel like that's different than trying to do a strength check wearing heels.
I'm sure she'd be fine, but anyway, under the bed.
Any of the drawers or cabinets.
Mm-hmm.
Any of the paintings on the walls.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking like hidden switches. She'd even like kind of like see if there's anything behind them, anything like that.
They're like screwed onto the wall.
Okay.
So you wouldn't be able to lift it.
So she'd be basically looking for like hidden switches or like eye holes.
Mm-hmm. There's no people in the paintings, but sure.
Hey, you never know. You never know what weird shit rich people are into.
Mm-hmm.
And then like the closet, and she would check like if there's a window to see if like the window has
No window.
Okay.
Okay, so roll me an investigation check, please.
Cool. This is gonna be funny. Yep.
It's a really fucking nice room. Really fucking nice.
She's
Like,
distracted.
you know, these fucking thread counts on these sheets are amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Like lush.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
What? Cass, what are you doing in your room?
Probably doing better than me.
Is there like a way to lock the door?
Yeah, you have a key to the door.
Oh, we have a key to the door?
Mhm.
Okay.
You were each individually given a key.
Okay. I don't know if I missed that or... Okay, then I'm just putting my stuff down, walking out, and locking the room.
Okay, so you're in and out, easy as that. You see the butler standing in the corner of the hallway waiting for you.
Just gonna stand at my door until the rest of them...
Okay, dokie. Osiris, what are you doing in your room? Did we lose the link?
I'll shut
There he is.
What's up, sorry?
off. I'll make sure the door is closed. I'm gonna check
Mm-hmm.
the box up. So
Okay.
I'm just seeing what kind of clothes I have in here, pretty much.
There are no clothes in the guest room closet.
We're just gonna go out and lock the door.
You check the closet, there's nothing there, you dump your stuff and you go out and lock the door. You see Kess standing in the hallway. You probably both come out like within seconds of each other. It's like, Kess, you finish locking your door, you turn around, and then Osiris is like, oh hey. Rex, what are you doing in your room?
He's gonna kind of just walk in, drop his stuff, give everything a once over, not like as in depth as Ritan. Like he's gonna kind of just like look around to see if there's anything.
Okay.
And then
Just
like
kinda
mentally,
Huh. Okay.
yeah,
Cool.
just to kind of check quickly because he doesn't want to make everybody wait because he's assuming everybody else is doing the same,
Of all the times not to be late.
right? And he's gonna ask Peepers to do the same.
Okay, well, Peepers does the whole owl head thing. It's like,
Because all right, he puts his stuff down, walks out, locks the door.
Okay, so you're probably not even as long as Osiris is. You know, the guys all come out the room at the same time. There's no sign of Ritan.
Oh, as soon as I'm done, I put my stuff down and I leave.
Yeah, but you're doing a full search.
Oh no,
of
no,
the
no, I
room,
know, I know.
But they get outside and there's no sign of Ritan. Just for their information.
Rex kind of looks
Kess will,
around.
like, look to Osiris, then look to Rax, then look to the door where Ritan went in, like, just wait, not say anything.
Rex kind of looks down at everybody because he's at the last room, and he's just like, "Weren't we already ready?"
So,
And a few minutes pass and Ritan makes her way outside.
And she comes out adjusting and like making a not like an over the top show, but making it look like she was actually like straightening herself up in there.
Okay, roll me a performance.
Ooh.
Just to try and sell it.
Yeah, I get you. Okay.
Yeah. Butler's just watching you all.
Okay.
I'm putting that dice away.
No, leave it out.
I've rolled 2 4s, a 15, and a 6.
Sounds good to me. I don't know why you're.
It's the one I killed Osiris with, too. But yeah, so he waits for you, sees that you all exit, gives you the, are you ready glance.
Rex kind of nods and gestures.
yeah, once
Does-
once everybody is out of their room,
Yep.
he'll
Mhm.
make
Yep.
his way to the where the
Yep,
butler
so-
is.
Yeah, he's kind of standing, typical butler, one hand in front, one hand behind his gloved hand, sort of just proper posture, doing his job, and he gives sort of like a low bow as if to greet you again, lead you back down the hallway and into the ballroom. And then, once you're in the ballroom, closes the door to the end of the hallway, bows as if giving you free reign, essentially, like you're no longer under my control, and then sets off to do his work. You are now able to have a look at the room properly. This is fun. Immediately to your left is a beast that looks somewhat like a panther with dark fur and large paws. However, it's really uncomfortable because this creature has 2 black tentacles coming out of his back. You see a second one matching this description at the back wall near the stage, and they both sit obedient and quiet,
Oh shit.
with an eye trained on an individual that you recognize sitting at the
Fuck!
table. A gray-skinned, white-haired, pointed-ear individual who you're used to seeing dressed in studded leather is currently dressed in a rather elegant black suit, and they're locked in conversation with another 2 gentlemen. Bear with me a moment.
Oh.
You also see sitting at that table. Two males. One looks human and the other one looks to be dwarven. The human male is dressed in a loose fit black shirt that's tucked into black pants, and on his shoulder has shoulder length dark hair that the top section has been pulled into a neatly, so kind of like a ponytail, but without like the whole back bit being pulled up. It's just more to keep it off his face. On his shoulders is a golden flowing silk cloak that hangs over the back of his chair. On this male's forehead, you see what looks to be a golden mark of some kind that maybe resembles either a feather or a flame. And you're not quite sure which, especially with how far away you are. The thing that caught your eye about it is that it's faintly glowing. And draped around his neck is a collection of gold chains, and his expensive-looking jewelry that's hanging from his right ear is a dark piece of metal, which seems completely different from the rest of it. But it does seem to catch the glint of the lights as he's moving his head in acknowledgement of conversation.
It's a golden feather symbol on his head?
Feather or flame, you're not sure.
Okay.
And next to him is a dwarven male. And bear with me a moment, because I am waiting for something. Hi! Please explain your character.
Huh?
Sitting at the table there, you see a
Oh my god.
dwarf, black hair, blue eyes.
Did we lose him already? Yeah, so dwarf,
Obviously not.
black hair, blue eyes, dressed to the nines as well. You know, white shirt, black pants, and over his shoulders is a cloak, a deep red cloak with golden trims. And he seems to be more observing the conversation than joining in.
Okay.
Further into the room, well, actually, obviously, please explain yourselves to the new person in the building.
Sure.
We'll go from top to bottom in Discord, so Kess, you start.
So I am a human-looking male, about 5'10", 5'11", with long white hair, yellow eyes, fairly thin, not anything really special. I'm currently wearing a 3-piece green suit. I don't remember all of the details of it. I'm sorry, I'm the worst.
No, it's okay. It's
I
black
do
pants,
remember
green
it was-
waistcoat, white shirt.
Yeah, that. And then either a bow tie or a regular tie. I don't remember which one I got either.
Bow tie.
Bow tie. I got the bow tie.
You got the bow tie.
Definitely looks out of place in what he's wearing.
Osiris?
Like, it fits him really well, but it doesn't look right on it.
Osiris is a elf. His skin color is green, like a lighter grass green. Are we good?
Yes.
Okay,
Carry on.
okay. Okay.
No, roll 20 was bugging. You guys carry on. Don't mind me.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's why I had to stop. I wasn't sure if I was bugging out or not. Okay, his hair is grass slash forest green with dark brown, like dirt brown highlights. He's got a smile on his face. He's currently wearing a black tuxedo. I have a normal tie, correct?
Gray suit, blue tie. God damn it,
Gray
guys. I
suit,
give you
blue
fancy
tie.
clothes and no one remembers yet.
Wow. It was a whole thing.
It's
It was
been a
3
long
weeks.
3 weeks.
Well,
That's
no,
why I
okay,
had
I
to
yours
should've
is
start
like
written it
that
down.
grayish
time.
black. Yours is grayish black.
Okay.
But yes, carry on. Continue. Blue necktie. And beside you is a big fuck off metallic wolf-like dog.
Yes, that is accurate.
Pretty self-explanatory there.
Yep.
Ritan, if you please.
So the only female in this bunch, stands at about, oh, how high are these heels?
Probably decent height. Oh, not enough to make her uncomfortable, but
Not enough to
on
make
the
her taller
verge.
than Rex.
Probably. So what, they're like 2s? Yeah, 2-ish. So she's standing about 6'6" in her, I'm assuming they are also red heels. She is, it's very evident that she is like strong, like she is toned, like head to toe, like just muscle. And she is wearing this above the knee, tight, wrap around the waist, off the shoulder, red dress. She has long hair that falls past her shoulders in these kind of like lazy, almost like tousled style. It starts as white blonde, almost silver, and as it gets down to about her shoulders, it almost seems to like melt into this very bright, vivid crimson color. Her skin is pale, but seems to have like an almost golden sheen glow to it. Almost a little bit too pretty to be human. No pupils in her eyes, and they seem to be this very opalescent, yellowish, bluish, like that shifting opal color with no pupils. And yeah, that's her. Oh, and she's still wearing her chain. So she has a chain about her neck that seems to have a star-shaped symbol hanging off of it.
And Rex, if you please.
So, with them, there's a 6'6", normally probably 6'7" now with his shoes, because I'm assuming he got nice shoes to go with it.
You got the elevated.
Like the slight elevation that's in like
Yeah,
all guys'
you
fancy
just had
shoes.
to make sure that you stayed a little bit taller than Ritan.
Oh yeah. Anyway, he's Dragonborn, green Dragonborn. He has golden eyes, and from the look on it, like, just obviously he's in a suit, but you can still tell he's toned but not muscular. So he also has a tail. I don't know if we specify that with Dragonborns, but Rax does have a tail. And he has an owl on his left shoulder. Well, on this it shows his right, but yeah, on his shoulder.
Tokens were tokens, yo.
Yeah, I know. So he has an owl on his shoulder who has almost glowing blue eyes and runic symbols on her wings, on her chest. And it almost seems like they're part of her feathers. It's just the kind of pattern that she has on her.
Mm-hmm. And for those of you who are continuing to look through the room, further in, you glance over those who are dancing together, and you see two more familiar faces. If you find white-haired tiefling female who's dancing with a gray-skinned, white-haired tiefling male. She's wearing a form-fitting black dress, high-heel shoes, and hanging around her neck is a chain with a beautiful red pendant on it. He is wearing a well-made black three-piece suit. His pocket square is a deep red in color, made to complement the pendant that hangs around the woman's neck. And beyond there...
I can't handle anymore.
Don't worry, you know these people. Beyond there, at the far end of the tables, you see the Lord and Lady accompanied by the same formal butler, and the woman is engaging in conversation with a group of guests seated around the table. There are a collection of empty seats at every table, and it's not long before a different butler than the one that was leading you around comes over with a tray of drinks, these ones specifically being wine, and offers them out to you. The band is still playing the same bouncy, jazzy music.
Ritan will politely take one.
Rex does the same.
Kess will take one as well.
Take one and start sipping on it.
Okay.
Does the butler leave?
Yeah, walks away.
Okay,
It gives
as
you your
soon
DC
as
walks.
the butler leaves, Ritan is going to take a step closer to Rax, and she's going to, and this probably unnerves you at first, but
Yeah.
she kind of gently slides her hand up your arm and onto your shoulder and leans in.
Mm-hmm.
Problem. And she says it like right against you, like she's doing it almost kind of like the whole like leaning in, trying to make it look like something that it isn't.
Mm-hmm.
And she whispers it into your ear. And the butler does not believe us.
Everyone in the main party, roll me a perception check.
Oh
In
shit.
fact, you know what? Fuck it. All of you roll me one.
I'm so fucking nervous right now. I'm like shaking right now. This is the worst. This is worse than I thought it was gonna be. Like, I knew that this was a possibility, but then, like, 2 people I wasn't expecting to be here.
Are we getting a peepers roll?
She's still trying to look like an owl.
All of you see it. The individual who you're familiar with, main party, sitting at the table, gives you a little finger wave.
Ritan lifts her glass and toast. Be cool, be cool, be cool.
Rex does the same and takes a sip.
Yeah. Kess just cheers.
Osiris? Think.
Following along, it's kind of like half up there though.
So you all go.
Before you take another sip.
And you see as they do that, the male with the feather or flame on their forehead sort of takes their gaze off of their conversation and flicks a look over at all of you, gives like a head nod of greeting, and then returns back to the conversation.
Can we get a quick potty break?
Go pee.
Oh, thank goodness. I didn't want to be the one to ask.
You know you can ask me these things!
We were on a roll.
Oh, it doesn't.
We were.
Just go pee.
You're back.
Go pee. Oh boy. I made everyone nervous. I've been waiting for this one. I'm so excited. And then when you were like, oh hey, I'm free, I was like, fuck yeah, I can bring you in here.
I'm trying to get my camera to work on Roll20. It was literally working when I first
It
logged
was,
in.
and now it's not, and I don't know why.
Now I don't see it. I don't see anybody. And actually, you just literally popped back up.
So if you go into the options and go to reconnect, it should do it.
I've been doing that like multiple times. It was trying to grab my microphone too to have it post through Roll20. I'm like, no.
You can set that on like just above where it says reconnect. You can set which ones you want.
Yeah, I have it to set to only broadcast and receive video.
Cool. Also at the top of this option section, you can change your display name to your character's name.
I was going to, but I was wondering if I should wait till I
No,
actually
just do it. Just do it.
Okay.
Just because it'll save you doing it in the middle of RP or whatever.
Yeah.
And then you can use in the chat menu, there'll be drop down underneath where you type. You can change it to your character's profile rather than rolling as you. And that's exciting.
Bam.
Bam! Yeah.
I like how my image actually is see-through.
Yeah. Mhm. Come on, Roll20. Don't be a jerk.
Yeah, you just popped back up again.
I would try and refresh the page, maybe.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna try that.
Hi, son. Welcome back.
Hello.
Was that
Hey,
a
son.
nice surprise?
Yeah.
We've been sitting on this for so fucking long.
I had a feeling. Because I was
And I've
like,
been
Ghost has been like lurking in my streams for a bit, and I'm like, I thought he wanted to watch like from the beginning. So I was like thinking about it, but I was like, oh, not worried, whatever. If he joins, he joins.
we've been sitting on it for so fucking long, and it's been so hard not to say anything to you specifically.
It's been hard for me not to accidentally mention something in my own game about like things. Like
it's
I go to mention something, I'm like, oh, I shouldn't say that because that no.
yeah, it's like.
I'm trying to see back when we. Yeah, I guess we rolled about a month ago. Set my guy up.
Yeah. We did it in a completely different room and everything, so you guys have no fucking idea. And I had him join this server last night, and I was like, hey, while no one's here, do it now. Like, I came in and made sure that no one was there. Ah, Lord. Lord in heaven. And I've been sitting on it for so long, and I've been keep having conversations with you, and I'm like, oh yeah, and Ghost and I discussed this, and I'm like, no, we fucking didn't, because he doesn't know he's coming. Oh, boy.
Yeah, now you guys are back on my screen, but I'm not. The hell?
I don't know.
You're
I
not
know,
like
Everybody
your
sucks.
character thing isn't, or your camera isn't.
His
My camera. I was trying to use my camera.
Hmm.
I tried to. I hate this sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna try to refresh the page one more time, and if it doesn't, I don't care.
You know what's really weird? Some specifically, I was watching back the VOD on your YouTube channel earlier, and your cameras flipped for you, so it was really unsettling.
Yeah, I noticed that
It
too.
was like your
Yeah.
room was the complete other way around, and I was like, "This is wrong," and I'm not used to it. It ain't familiar.
Wait, what's going on?
We're talking about Sum's room being backwards.
It is?
Yeah, because his camera's flipped for everyone but him.
Oh.
So when they watch my stream, it's just like, wait, hold, what?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's like for you guys. That's why I always have to like turn the opposite way that I intend to.
Character sheets. Do-do-do-do. Dun, 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 dun. 3, 4, 5. Are you okay with her?
Wither's nervous. Because Wither's brain is quickly calculating all the different ways that this could go sideways. Because that's what I do.
There's a lot of ways this could go.
There's a lot of
sideways.
ways this could go sideways. And that's why I'm nervous, because my brain is still like ticking off things on that list and it's not stopped yet. Like, I was already calculating when I saw the first table, and then I started having to calculate more. Yeah.
Yeah. And now you have a room full of people you can talk to.
Let me get on that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, okay. 7 NPC sheets. Sweet. I did this to myself.
And then the other thing that I sent you, anything on that or no?
Maybe? Oh, no.
I see you, Ghost.
What?
Boulder skin. I see you.
Yeah, I saw it too.
Is it... It's not like it was before, right? Like it's... Here, I'll just...
I don't know. Actually, I will need you to roll me a check when everyone's back.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck me.
In fact, you know what? You can roll it now. Roll me a history check.
This is what I think it was about, because I
Okay.
might have actually been asking you this.
Just maybe. Roll me a
Yeah.
history check. I mean... Okay, ask me your question, I'll tell you.
Okay, well now it's a two-parter, so hang on.
For fuck's sake.
That's the first part.
No. It's just a lack. You're right.
Okay, it's the second thing. Got it. And then second question, which was actually what I was gonna ask when we got back. I was just waiting for a time to ask it, then we went on a pee break.
Does it start with, do I recognize?
My Discord's delayed on giving you the message. It's doing like the gray sending thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it failed. Give me a second.
Love it.
Fucking shit, man. You don't know.
Fuck.
You have never seen that person.
Okay. And I'm assuming that my 14...
Oh boy. Also, did Ritan say that the this is Keeper, did Ritan say that the butler didn't believe me?
Yes.
Okay.
Or something along those lines. I don't
Okay.
remember what the exact wording was, but
Okay.
You'll be fine. I think the thing for is Cyrus.
Okay, sorry, one more thing.
Okay.
Oh boy. That is unsettling.
I have a feeling things are going to go sideways fairly quickly.
Well,
I don't know why. I just have a feeling.
yeah. Currently, I want to be here less than I want to be in reverse Disneyland. I want to go back to the woods. It was safer there.
I want to go back. I always want to go back to the woods are my home.
That's true.
The woods are home to me.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Do we have a link yet?
Yes.
Woo!
Hey, ready up in chat. Link, if you're ready. Maybe. Cool. All right. What are you guys doing?
That is
So
very good question.
repeat what you said, Ritan. I want to make sure I heard you right.
I will. I was waiting for my dog to stop barking.
Yeah.
Okay, so really? So yeah, she like slides her hand under your shoulder and like leans like deliberately in so that you can hear it, and says, "We have a very big problem, and the butler doesn't believe us."
Rex takes a deep breath and goes, "Well, I tried."
I know you did admirably.
Well, what do we do?
I don't know, but the two over there are from Clayome.
He kind of like takes a second, registers. What, two? Next to her?
Yes.
Okay. He's trying to like piece it together in his head how like what's that
As we're
mean?
having this discussion, the two non-notable individuals leave the table and go and mingle over by the Lord and Lady.
Well, I suppose we better go say hello.
Have to.
It would be rude not to mingle, and number two, if they start first, well, that's different.
Rex kind of shrugs and says, "After you."
We might be able to find out how deep this goes.
I mean, he already said, like, shrugged and said after you, so he's just waiting.
Okay. And then she's going to lean back and turn to Osiris and Kess. Would you like to go say hello?
I would love to.
Sounds great.
Fantastic. And I guess we're heading over there.
So, you make your way to the table. Perrin, you watch as they walk their way right up.
Mm-hmm.
Are they in the middle of conversation?
It seems polite, like pleasantries, like, oh, discussing food from the homeland and
Yeah.
the festival and that kind of stuff. Nothing
Ritan.
that seems.
Oh god, this is really weird because Ritan's trying to like slide into the role, and this is so not her element. Oh god, this is so weird for her. And she pretty much just walks up to the table, kind of like she's gonna even like, okay, I'm trying to describe like how she's doing this. She's gonna walk up to the table. She's got her wine glass in one hand. She's kind of like propping her arm up with the other hand and kind of like cants her hip to the side, looking as casual as she can. Well, I hope we're not interrupting anything.
Who are you directing that to?
Kind of like a general statement.
Boys, what are you doing? Party boys, not new men.
Rex is gonna make his way over here. And he's gonna point at this chair and ask, "Is that taken?" He's gonna just address all three of them.
No,
One more time, sorry.
not at the moment. No.
I had a character question. How do you get it so that your
Alt,
token
if
is
you
off the
hold Alt.
grid?
If you hold Alt. There you go.
Okay.
Welcome.
And Ritan will slide into the seat directly next to him.
Wait, what? Oh, that's control eliminated. It's okay. She's gonna be on the shoulder away from the big scary thing behind them.
I mean, like it's sitting there prim and proper, like on a beat. It almost looked like it's trained like a dog, but looks like a cat.
But
With
we're
the
aware of this person, so she is gonna stay on the opposite shoulder.
Ritan puts her wine glass on the table and is kind of like keeping one hand near it, almost like idle. The other hand is holding her mask in her lap.
And the individual you know as the huntress kind of gives you all like a very amused smile. And the elegantly dressed male kind of looks between you, looks at his companions, looks at the dwarven male. Well, is someone going to make an introduction, or do I have to do everything around here?
And Ritan speaks up, and again, she's kind of just like, not like trying to look bored, but trying to look casual. Just kind of like idly fiddling with her wine glass.
Roll me a performance.
Oh boy.
Because
Yeah,
this is not
no,
Ritan,
yeah, it's not Ritan, and she's very nervous.
and she's hamming it. Okay.
She is kind of hamming it a little bit.
If you'd like to roll insight on her, Perrin, you can. Fucking Jesus.
Hey, if they believe it, I'm okay with it. Oh, he believes it.
Yeah. Well, he believes it. Yes.
Yep.
Whether or not he trusts it is up to him.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And this individual buys it completely. So you see the huntress sort of relax in their chair
Mm-hmm.
as they give you a once-over.
Okay.
The other male seems to maintain posture, but carry on as you were.
And she says, I'm familiar with... And she kind of gestures with the hand that's by her wine glass. Clam's colors, but I regrettably can't say that we've met.
Well, you'd be correct in assuming that. I very rarely leave the city. In fact, I'm mostly here because of my bodyguard. And he gestures to the dwarven male next to him. He's certainly, skilled. Equipped to keep me safe. And I couldn't exactly deny an invitation from Lady Luce now, could I?
Of course not.
Now, forgive me, but I must ask for your name. It's polite to give your own. Why
Of
not?
course. Ratanzel here.
A pleasure. And then his golden eyes flick over to Kess. And you?
Kess.
Just Kess?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have a family name, but I haven't used it in 20 years.
Is that by choice?
I don't have a family anymore.
My condolences. And flicks to Osiris, expectantly. Doesn't say anything this time.
Glances a look over, looks back down at his drink, and takes a bigger drink this time.
You don't say anything to him?
She didn't say anything to me.
Okay. So he gives you an up and down and a small smirk, and then he looks at Rex. Doesn't say anything.
Rex takes his
You're
drink.
muted. Oh, there you are.
I'm not. I know it. I'm good.
I thought you moved your mouth.
So he picks his glass back up because he had put it down when he sat. He says, Shaprax Keeltar, it's a pleasure. And he takes a drink.
Interesting. Well, you may call me Saran. And as you so rightly stated, I hail from Cleon. This is Perrin. And given the wave that they gave you earlier, you know Kalariel. But it's a pleasure to formally meet you. And it's such a wonderful occasion.
Ritan just smiles.
Now, excuse me for prying, but I believe you have more than just a name, milady. And he bows his head towards you, Ritan.
Insight check?
What are you looking for?
To see if I'm on the same, like, if he's inferring what I think he's inferring.
What do you think he's inferring?
I think he's inferring my title.
Okay. Roll insight. You can infer that.
And she just kind of, again, it's that very polite, like, closed-lipped smile. Well, if you're going to make me say it out loud.
Preferably. It would be rude not to give your full title. And making sure you get it right before you actually speak to the Lord and Lady, because they'll know exactly who you are by your name.
God, that was insulting. She doesn't say that. I'm just saying that. Out of character. What a dick telling her to make sure that she pronounces her own fucking title right. She just kind of chuckles to herself. Alakai of Olakiola.
I need you all to roll me a perception check. I need Ghost to check his DMs. That'll send. There you go.
God damn it.
Tan misses it. Rex misses it. Necros misses it. Osiris misses it.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I don't like that. Ritan dropped her title and there's immediately a perception check.
Mm-hmm.
Don't like that shit at all.
Peepers is trying her best to look like a regular owl.
I know, dude. I don't blame you.
Like, that's the only reason that I'm not.
I would be doing the exact same thing.
Mm-hmm. Because she had said it earlier, I'm like, oh, fuck, she's pretending to be an owl this whole time, so she's not going to be really looking intently like I want to save my ass from this stupid shit.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. You know what you know. And as you're all sort of sitting there awkwardly, the Huntress leans an elbow on the table and strokes their chin. Well, isn't this fun? To be sat around a table as friends of all things. Who would have thought?
Stranger things have happened.
You're not wrong. But, it's nice to see you again.
Ritan kind of gives an ironic smile, considering that this is the first time this individual has seen her without the mask on. That she knows of.
Doesn't seem to faze them.
Rex just
since
is
we're all
sipping
friends,
his
we just
drink.
figured that we would come over and make polite conversation.
Oh, well, if you have any questions, then this is Saran speaking. If you have any questions or anything you'd like to discuss, please do bring
Did
it to the
Duran's
table.
name ring any bells? And the fact that he said he never leaves the city, really? Did
Nope.
that jar anything with me?
You have never heard his name before.
Forgive my ignorance, but
Mm-hmm.
you seem familiar with who I am, but I can't say the same.
That's probably because I'm no one of note. Or at least not to you, anyway. To Lady Liz, however, we've been friends for many a years. And the only reason I know who you are is because, well, your name spreads like wildfire. I mean, as a winged individual who does survey over army fields and is a great deal of use to the king that you serve, how could your name not spread to Cleome?
And again, it's that polite smile. I'm but one person doing what I can.
Aren't we all? Though I'm willing to grow more acquainted should you wish to do that during this evening's wonderful festivities.
Insight check?
What are you inciting?
Is he flirting with
Roll insight. No.
me? Okay. Okay.
He's not
Okay.
flirting. He's definitely expressing that he wants to get to know you. But not in a flirtatious way, more
Yeah,
of
not in like a let's go find an empty room kind of way.
No. He has that tone, that very wispy, like, you know, warmth to it, but it's more of an elegance than it is a flirting.
Okay, so this is definitely more of like a...
This is high society speak.
Oh, god damn it.
Oof.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Osiris, you've probably heard people speak like this when you've been in the background of meetings with your parents. Especially when they've addressed the Kindness King and their requests. So you're aware to this kind of high-level social engagement, but you've never partaken in it.
Have I sat around enough to...
I mean, you've sat around the table, like, you know, you've been at the side
Yeah,
of
so I've
your
been, like,
father.
listening to conversations and stuff, at least.
Yeah, you've
Okay,
sat in a
well,
many
that's all I was trying to
conversations,
get
and
about.
many of these kinds of dinners, you've been, like, when you were younger especially, you were, like, at your dad's side. But you've never been invited into the conversation in one before. Rax and Kess.
Yep.
Ritan just smiles again.
Quietly
Just
sipping
kinda
his
looks
drink.
around. Honestly, I find myself a bit more accustomed to my usual duties. You can speak freely with me.
Well, I think speaking to Perrin would be more advantageous than speaking to me in that regard. He is, after all, one of the soldiers.
And she kind of flicks her eyes over to you, Perrin.
Taking a sip of my whiskey that I have.
Rex kind of like perks up a little bit and he's like, "What you got there?" At you, Perrin.
Some pretty nice whiskey here.
Pretty expensive
Kind of
shit.
looks up and he goes, "I would imagine."
Yeah, I mean, you look up at the roof and it's like all like these paintings, you know, like of beautiful depictions of like fucking naked people and shit.
Oh
Like,
no, it
you
was
know,
more of an effect of like, yeah, looking
Yeah,
at
I
this
know.
place, I would imagine.
I know, but like this is the first time anyone's looked up, so that's what you
Mhm.
see, like chandeliers and paintings and like beautiful, like just roof works that you'd
Look,
expect. in a Paladin
every
manor.
time I look at Rex or Ritan, I have to look up.
Not as much as Osiris does, though.
Oh,
Fortunately, I'm looking at my shoes 90% of the time.
Also true.
we gotta fix that.
And as you're sort of looking around, Rags, immediately there's a butler over next to you. Sir, can I help you?
He is jarred by this because he's just like, "What the?" I'm assuming like his wine's about half empty. He says, not right now, but thank you. It's just taking it all in.
Well, by all means, should you need anything, please wave one of us over. The staff are happy to help this evening. And he disappears back to one of the other tables.
Looks back at the table and he says, never had that service before. Continues sipping at his wine.
And it's actually the huntress that picks up on this one. It's like, well, you are in Duskthane Manor, where Lady Luce likes to take care of her guests. Butlers are but half of the deal. The maids and the general staff in this house are fantastic, and, well, if they were going to put on a show this evening, which I don't think they are, there's a theater room upstairs and everything. She's definitely a showwoman, that's for sure.
Kess understands like half of these words.
It makes an impression. And that's important.
She always leaves an impression. And Saran kind of chuckles.
And Ritan looks again at Perrin. So not just bodyguard, but also soldier.
Yeah, I've been in the service of the army for, I think it's going on about 4, maybe 5 years now.
Trying to do math in my head.
What are you trying to math? Can I help you?
That was around the time of the last...
Yeah, it's been 5 years almost. It's almost, well, basically the festival is in next autumn.
Yeah. So it was a little bit
Yeah,
after
5
that
years.
then.
Yeah.
Oh, so not that long after the last Trial of Champions.
Nope, not that long afterwards.
Was that what inspired you to join?
Not that. It was my family has a personal creed to always have someone in the family in the army. And my father and my older brother were in the army before the war broke out. And I joined up after some unfortunate events with them.
My condolences.
He's a heck of a fighter. This is Saran speaking.
Well, then I'm sure that one day it would be an honor if we met on the battlefield.
You definitely wouldn't want that. But he could probably learn a lot from being beside you by the sounds of things. Not that I'm forcing anyone anywhere, I'm just making the suggestion.
I wouldn't want to impose, we do serve different kings.
I'm not sure the king would mind. Or at least ours wouldn't, anyway. I mean, alliances can be formed occasionally, and should this be the rare opportunity to form an alliance, well, I'd hate to deny the offer.
I'd hate to deprive you of your bodyguard.
I'll be fine. And then he gives like a head flick to the huntress.
And she kind of looks back at Perrin, and she's definitely looking you over.
He just looks like, I mean, dwarven, obviously. Decent build. Does have some good muscle there. Nothing really showing what he might be able to do because wearing his formal attire at the moment.
No one has weapons that you know of. But he
The
definitely
keyword
does
there.
look. Yeah, he definitely looks like someone of the stature that would be a soldier, Ritan.
Mm-hmm.
Like you recognize like the frame, the build, the
Yeah.
shape.
Yeah. We
Yeah.
all have it.
Yeah, soldier frame.
We all have it.
Mhm.
And again, she kind of just sizes you up. That's not entirely my decision to make. It's your life.
Well, and this is Saran again. His current tutor is away to be busy, so. And then he gives like a very pointed look at you, Perrin, as if saying, "You know what? Roll me an insight. Roll me an
Uh-oh.
insight."
Hey.
You get that this is a thing you're not being allowed out of. This is this is the look he gives you when he's giving you an order.
Gotcha.
So, should you wish to travel together, I will not be down a bodyguard. I have friends. And he gestures over to the Huntress again.
Was that directed at me or was it directed at the table?
Kind of just to the table.
Rex sends mental message to Ritan is like interesting friends.
I will try to respond because I still don't know how this works. Wasn't exactly in the market for an apprentice.
Visibly, Rex smirks and sips his wine.
And as your glasses are growing more empty around the table, there are two butlers who you're not sure if they're one of them's the same or if any of them are the same because they all look the same. But they come and they offer to fill up your glasses again.
Rex will kind of hold it up to be filled, not really sure of what to do other than just hold it there.
Ritan very reluctantly takes her first sip from her wine glass.
It's really fucking good elven wine. Like, really fucking expensive, like top shelf shit.
The shit that
Yeah,
Craig
there's
would
like
get
that
us.
mental, like, oh fuck.
Yeah, probably more expensive than... You've probably seen a bottle, but you've never even so much as sniffed it. Yeah. But, you know, they fill up anyone who holds up their glass. They refill it for you. And the second one that came over has refills for whiskey and does the same for Saran and Perrin if you should hold up your glass.
Of course.
Cyrus holds up his glass.
You get some wine.
Well, your companion seems to be giving you a nudge. So if that's something that you wish, Perrin, that is something that we can discuss.
Sounds good to me. Always looking to find new ways to make myself even better.
The dogs agree.
And she kind of smirks, takes a sip from her wine glass. Understandably, there are going to be a few things that I'm not going to be able to teach you.
Of course.
Such as... And this is Saran speaking.
And she kind of like coyly smiles and leans forward on the table with her hand under her chin. Well, unless you're hiding something from me and your dwarven friend can sprout wings, I think aerial maneuvers are out.
And then he kind of gives like a... Almost like a... It's kind of like approval to what you say, and then an amused look to Perrin, and then back at you.
I go ahead and
And she
like
just sits back.
make like I'm looking around at my back, trying to see if I have grown feathers, and just kind of give a shrug and take a drink of my whiskey.
He touches the black metal that's hanging from his ear, and now that you're all sort of your attention is drawn to it, you can see that it's shaped like a clock hand. This very dark metal, and he sort of like rubs it between his fingers and is just watching.
So as
Don't keep us in
Perrin started
suspense.
as Perrin started checking his back, Rax would like mutter to himself, probably enough that Ritan and Perrin would hear him. He would just be like, "Same."
The wing envy comes back.
Sorry, continue.
Perrin,
Don't
can
keep
you
us
roll
all
me?
in suspense.
Perrin, can you roll me a perception check, please?
Yep. Hold on, it's freezing on me. I clicked it.
Give it a
It'll come
second.
there.
I
Yeah.
know. There we go.
There you go.
You're feeling your back, and you're kind of trying to see, and as you're doing it, you feel what you think are feathers on your back.
Go ahead and kind of like turn so that like since Rax is the one sitting next to me, turns to show him and like kind of like point with like a questioning look.
Okay.
Anyone who's looking can roll me a perception check.
Weird.
I mean, if he's pointing, I'm looking.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Fucking.
I have a feeling I know what's going on, but
There's nothing there. I mean, you see the insignia of Cleom's symbolism on
Yeah.
the back of his cloak. Nothing there.
Ritan just cocks an amused eyebrow at you, Perrin.
Kind of give a shrug. Take another drink of my whiskey. Kind of settle in my chair.
Look back at Saran.
Mm-hmm.
Any reaction from him?
He's still just rubbing the earring, just watching everything happen. Kalariel is kind of just like lounging back, and it's like for the formal event, they have now taken up like full lounge pose, and any further back you think their feet would be kicked up on the table.
Yeah, Ritan would love to do that, but
Straight up just like rolling their glass in their hand.
Ritan is keeping like the demure, like not flashing anybody like ladylike pose because she was taught better. She got
And if you-
scolded for that.
Mm-hmm. A few more moments pass and the huntress speaks up and she's like, "So, we should probably clear the air."
Might be a good thing.
It's not like I wanted you dead or anything.
And Ritan looks at Kess, sizes him up, and looks very pointedly back at the huntress. Really?
I'm not sure what you're insinuating. Is he very much alive, is he not? I mean, do I have to pinch myself and see if I'm dreaming?
But if it wasn't your goal, then what was your goal?
I have interesting employers.
Oh, I'm sure.
And sometimes the jobs take you to places to do things you don't want to do. Just so happens that you were in the way a couple of times. And they kind of glance at Osiris.
Glances back and gives a slight nod.
I don't think our paths will cross negatively in the future. I'm going
You
to make
don't
a-
think?
Well, I am not in charge of the path that I am walking currently.
That's a unfortunate situation to be in.
Could you say you're in control of yours?
How do you mean?
Well, aren't you under orders by a king to do something, or chasing after certain people because
They are orders
think
I
so.
choose to follow.
Yes, but that doesn't mean your path is destined for you. It means someone else is telling you which way to go.
And I am choosing whether or not I go that way.
Seems as though you're
Everything we do
blindly.
is a choice, even doing nothing.
Hmm. I don't have free reign on the path that I'm walking, but I have free reign on the decisions I make. And telling you now that I don't think our paths will cross again is a goodwill gesture. And then they lean up from their posture and lean on the table and then hush down again. I'll advise you not to start anything this evening. Take that
Ritan
to
almost
your
looks offended. Wouldn't dream of it.
And then they flick a look from you to Osiris, to you, to Osiris, and then back at you.
Problem.
Just casual warning.
Oh, no, I already know fully what he's capable of.
I've been made painfully aware. Reuven's fine, by the way.
Rex pipes up and he says, I was debating asking, but
He survived, no thanks to you.
Ritan kind of like actually makes that noise.
His path was not something that he had the option to choose. I'm sure his pet told you that.
Insight check. Is she fishing to try to get us to divulge information?
Please roll insight. Doesn't seem to be. It seems as though they already know the information they're giving you. Everything that they have been saying or doing so far has been genuine.
Okay. Can we expect any continued involvement between you
Between
and them?
myself and Reuven?
Mm.
I was merely a guide and initially a guardian. I had to put them where they needed to be.
That's an answer and yet not one at the same time.
What would you like from me? Ask me plain questions.
Are you
Who
going
is-
to continue your business with them or not?
And then they flick their gaze to Rex.
He-
And wait for you to continue your question.
as well, basically, that he kind of like gestures at Ritan.
My business with them was to get them to where they needed to be. Where they are now is up to them. Who their friends are now is up to them. I put them where I was told to. For all intents and purposes, my job was done.
What about the woman?
Which one?
The one your pets left for dead?
My pets left for dead? You mean Frostbane, I'm assuming?
Nods.
Wrong wolves.
Cocks her head.
They lean back.
Looks over at the other two people at the table. See what they're making of this whole situation.
Saran and Perrin.
Mm-hmm.
Saran is just rubbing and just taking everything in.
Like a sponge.
Perrin?
Yeah, I'm just sitting there in my chair, just drinking my whiskey, just staying out of it.
Excuse me. Where is it?
I don't know. What are you looking for?
No, I'm trying to remind myself of something.
DM, I can help you.
Yeah, I know. No, it was in one of the letters.
So Rex, after she says, like, not my wolves, he'll kind of, like... His face will be visually mulling something over, and then he'll... No wolves I know would leave someone there? They usually finish the job.
They're under orders. I'm not the only person who can tame a wolf in the woods, you know.
I'm just curious because you're the only person that I knew of at the time that was in the city. If
with
there's
potential reason to do anything.
I was moving in time with other things, other people, and other motions. What they do is on them. It just so happened that I had tamed wolves from the mountains on my way in. Unfortunately, I guess I ended up framed in, well, you know how that went. Any further questions I can answer for you? I do hope that we can leave on at least somewhat better terms this evening.
Rex inhales and he fairly deeply and he says, well, I'm assuming you can't tell us who else would be in the area or if it was a targeted attack.
Nope.
He kind of just nods, sort of looks away and just takes a sip, trying to think.
And even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. And they adjust their posture and sit up again.
Loyalty or survival instinct?
Neither.
Ritan looks like she's thinking very, very hard as to whether or not she wants to say something else.
The Huntress looks over at Osiris and Kess. You're both very quiet. No thoughts of your own?
Kess is like just trying to hide how awkward and out of place that he feels.
She'll fucking insight that, actually. Yeah, natural 20!
Woo!
So, they catch your discomfort and give like a little giggle. You know, the less you try to look uncomfortable, the more uncomfortable you look.
He just shrugs.
All it is fancy clothes in a room that's warm. No one here is comfortable. It's an illusion from the higher-ups to present this perfect picture of high society lifestyle. No one actually enjoys these events. They're completely political. It's a statement of, look at me, I'm still relevant, rather than, let's get my friends together and host dinner. In fact, this is the closest that would be to any dignitary's event. The fact that they're not royalty or nobility probably helps with that, but also the fact that everyone here, other than myself, Saran, Perrin, your group, the two over there dancing, and the band, everyone else here is local. And even then, it's 50-50 for the band.
Kess just kind of nods as they're talking to him and like doesn't understand some of the words that are being said. It's just like, yeah, not my thing.
Trust me, do you think I'd be wearing this if I had the choice? This is as close as I could get to wearing armor, and even then it's only leather underneath. Ugh.
Ritan just gives an amused smile.
All I'm
I was
saying is
half-
no one here is comfortable. Carry on, Rex.
I wasn't actually saying anything. I was gonna say I would half expect Ritan to just, as if like a here.
And yet she doesn't.
Yeah, right.
She's full of surprises tonight. I'm not sure I'm comfortable asking the question I have.
But why? Come on, we're among friends. Or
Who's
would you...
Everburn?
And there's like a tightness to their posture when you ask that question. And you also see Saran tighten. That's a question I can't answer.
Kind of flicks her eyes over to Saran, gauging his reaction to this.
Okay, you can roll an insight if you'd like. Tough read. Tough read. He knows the name.
Yeah.
But other than that, there's not much you can get from it. Perrin, however, I need you to roll me a wisdom check, please.
Just a wisdom check.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
First one.
Oh.
It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. You've never heard this name before.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the Huntress who replies, right? That's something I can't answer.
Well, that's disappointing.
They kind of raise a brow. Excuse me. And it's right about this time that you notice, or more specifically, you hear the faint sound of an ornamental spoon being hit against a wine glass.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And your attention is drawn to the stage where the band has now stopped playing and everyone who was dancing or mingling is now directing their attention to the stage. And upon the stage is the lady herself. And the individual who had tapped the wine glass is the head butler, who is standing at the base of the stairs that lead up to the stage. And the whole room quietens down. And prim and proper, you know, hands poised, posture up. Not so much nose in air, but, you know, commanding attention. And Lady Luce finally speaks, and she's got a very soft but authoritative tone. You know, like her voice is soft, but it carries. Good evening, and officially welcome to Duskthane Manor. I trust that you're all having a good evening so far. I'd like to thank you all for coming. It means so much to my husband and I. And I need everyone to roll a perception check, please. Waiting for one more, I think. Yeah. Okay. So everyone but Necros sees the male, who is her husband, leaving the room heading down towards the foyer. No one else in the room seems to notice. But Lady Luce continues speaking. And I'd like to thank you all for coming. It means so much to my husband and I that you're here to celebrate in our love. I'd also like to formally welcome some dear friends of mine who traveled all the way from the western city of Cleome to be here. Kalariel and Saran, my honored guests, I am honored and pleased to host you this evening. I've just heard from my staff that the food is almost ready and dinner will be served shortly, so I'm sure that the band won't mind playing you through one last dance before the food is served. Thank you once again, and please enjoy yourselves. And the band sort of like they sort of like pick up themselves again, and you know there's the sound of polite clapping, and everyone at your table, like NPC wise, is clapping. And
Oh yeah, Ritan's doing the polite.
she's helped down off the stage by her butler, and you know people come to dance as they have before. You see the house staff, all the butlers, everyone who is staff in the room other than the head butler, rush off to the far door at the end of the hall, the opposite end of the hall from you. Down behind the table where they had been mingling the last time you saw them. At the far end of the ballroom. And, you know, the song that's played sort of picks up everyone into the foxtrot mood again. It's slightly more jazzy, slightly happier, bouncier than before. It's almost like this is the last dance before dinner song, so get it out your system now kind of thing, rather than the slow constant that was going before. This is the dance they use to make people thirsty and hungry so that they eat more and drink more. But yeah, you all witnessed the husband disappear out this south hallway down here. No one else seemed to pay attention to it. Lady Luce doesn't seem to go after him. She continues to mingle with the crowd. She, you know, to the table closest to you over here, she hasn't been on this side of the room yet. So, you know, being followed around by her shadow in the form of a butler. You know, she does the formal greetings. You can hear the pleasantries and the, you know, the laughing and the exchanging of, you know, congratulations, oh, thank you, you know, you'll be perfect together. The wedding was beautiful, la 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 la. That
yeah,
sort of
all
bullshit.
the normal.
The pleasantries.
Yeah.
We have to say this because it's kind of
the disingenuous conversation.
Yeah. But you know, people dance. You don't see him coming back. No one's going after him.
I glance over my shoulder. Do either of the tieflings seem to have noticed that we're here?
Roll perception. They're very aware of your presence.
Ritan will just wink and then turn back around.
Because the woman has her back to you, the gentleman kind of gives you like a, you know, like a way to make it obvious fucking head shake. And then gives like a head nudge to the south corridor. And then
the one that he went down. And Ritan is going to oh god, how is she gonna do this? I'm panicking.
Don't panic. What would Ritan do?
She's going to kind of slide her wine glass forward. Excuse me for a moment. Social gatherings tend to be a bit much for me sometimes. And she kind of motions with her mask in her hand.
You get an understanding nod from both individuals
she-
you're talking to.
Very politely scoots her seat back, stands. I'll be back. And says that to the guys.
Rex gives kind of a slow nod of, okay.
I'll just be a minute. Maybe 2. Depends on how long it takes me to rein things back in.
Quicker
she's
understanding
going to-
nod.
She's going to head toward that hallway.
Okay, show me which way you go around the table.
The side that is not by loose.
So you're going south and then west? Like hugging the bottom wall?
Yeah, because no matter how I go, she's going to see me moving. So even if I were to try to go around behind her, she's going to see me stand up and move away from my table.
So if you're moving your token, you can right click in different spots to show that you're moving that direction.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking this way.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then, yeah, around like that.
Okay.
That's my goal. Because if I try to go behind her, that's going to look suspicious as fuck.
Is it though? You don't know.
I don't know.
So you all watch Ritan get up and head towards where the husband went, the lord of the house. Ritan, where are you going?
Going down there. And again, she's just trying to... She's not doing like the, oh, where did he go kind of thing. Like, she's just doing the thing where, like, looking for a place to breathe.
You pretend to look for a bathroom.
Basically! I'm pretending to look for the bathroom.
Okay, so roll me, like, I guess another performance check?
Oh my god.
Because you're trying to fake not following where he went.
Okay. So this is my next question.
Uh-huh.
Because I did recap.
Yes, you have inspiration.
Okay. Because this is an important one. Oh no! I am so fucked. I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked.
Everyone who's at the table, roll me a perception check, please.
Oh.
I was gonna roll badly eventually. I've been rolling way too hot tonight.
Okay. Everyone, I'm gonna say other than, like, Shaprax, you're kind of watching Ritan be awkward, and you think it's just Ritan being awkward. But everyone else gauges that she's doing a really, really bad job at acting. Like, really fucking bad. Like, please someone help her. And you can see that the head butler is kind of glancing over Luz's shoulder, watching where they're going. But Ritan continues.
Unless somebody slaps me.
Yeah. Wait, I'm just giving that air.
I know, I'm waiting for them to say if they're gonna do anything!
I just think you're being awkward, and I don't have meta knowledge of anything other than that. So it's up to the other guys.
So Kess wants to help, but he thinks he's just gonna make things worse.
Okay.
I'm sorry. He already
That
feels
happened to
awkward
me
and out of place. He just
I feel like
thinks
he
he's
would want to
doing
get the
his
fuck out of the
worst.
room, though.
Right, but he already knows that she's fucking up, and he thinks that he's gonna make it worse. Because he knows what she's doing.
Alright, I have a feeling it'll be a minute, so I'm gonna go. I should probably stop drinking.
I'm gonna do the same too. I feel that.
All right, everyone. Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
You all see Ritan go down the hallway with their terrible acting, the butler looking over Luce's shoulder and seeming interested. And then, even Osiris catches it, Ritan makes her way towards the grand stairs and then walks up them.
Did you mean even Rax catches it?
Everyone
Okay.
catches it. Everyone sees Ritan go up the stairs. Like, the perception check was to see if you saw her being shit at acting and catching him looking at her.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need a perception check to see Ritan going up the stairs because you're all looking at her.
Does the butler react in any way when he sees her go upstairs?
You can roll an insight. You, Cass, you would notice that he leans in closer than usual to Lady Luce, as if whispering something in her ear. You get the feeling that he's informing her. What are you guys doing? Don't all jump at once. Osiris, Cass,
Thinking.
Perrin. Perrin, you get a nudge under the table from Saran.
I'll go ahead and give him a just glance over to him real fast and give a nod. And I will start making my way from the table. I go like, oh, I guess I go through the table.
Mm-hmm.
And
Through
I'll
the
head
table.
out to there.
Okay. Alright, you don't see anyone, like Butler's staff. You see Ritan disappearing at the top of the stairs by the time you get there. I'm assuming it's a casual rather than a woohoo!
And no, I was just, yeah,
But you see
not,
Ritan.
not running.
Yeah. You see, like, the tail end of Ritan going up the stairs, and as you look up, the whole entire corridor of the foyer is like an open corridor, so you see the husband heading towards the front of the house and Ritan following around the banister. You don't know if they spoke.
So as Perrin gets up to go, Rax is gonna follow behind him because
Okay, what route do you take around the table?
follow the exact same one as everyone else. Ritan and
Okay. Alright.
then continue.
Hate everything about this.
As Cyrus and Cass are at the table, please both of you roll perception checks.
Not Chris as well.
Well, I mean, if he's watching. Lady Luce and the butler don't seem interested.
Can I roll an insight?
On who?
Not interested on let's do the butler instead.
Okay. What would you like to learn from your insight?
Is he not interested in the way that he's turning a blind eye?
Okay, roll insight. Seems that way. Definitely seems like he's aware of it, but he's not pursuing it right now.
Okay. I'm gonna nudge Kess and kind of point and shift my head in the direction kind of nonchalantly as he goes to turn from the chair and stand up.
Come on, let's go.
Kess just kind of shakes his head a little bit and gets up and follows Osiris.
What way down the table are you both walking?
I'm assuming the way that everybody's been going.
Oh my god. Okay, so you all walk
No.
past the eye line.
No, I am not following him. I'm going the other way because I want to go around the butler. I want to go this way. Oop, not do that. I want to
You wanna-
go. Why is? Hold on. My whole computer is.
No.
Well, I shouldn't say my computer. All of Roll20 is being really angry at me right now.
That's roll 20.
So I'll just do it the old-fashioned way. I'm going like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna go right next to him.
Okay, are you doing or saying anything on your way
No.
past?
No, I'm gonna see if I can like hear more of like a conversation, but I'm not like
Okay.
leaning in and like.
So the conversation that you catch on the way past is much along the lines of, your home is beautiful, this wine is exquisite, like, I'm so happy for you, you look lovely this evening, thank you for having us, thank you for inviting us. It's still the same standard conversation. The butler isn't speaking.
Okay. And then like I'm looking to see like if I get a reaction from either of them with me walking past as well.
Roll a perception. Doesn't seem...
So is a no? Okay.
Yeah. No. Like, there's definitely, like, obviously you're moving around inside the main hall, so
Right.
there's an eye on everyone, but it's no more on you now than it was before. Like,
Okay.
they're aware of your movements, but they're not tracking you, so to speak.
Okay.
But, Perrin and Rex, you're at the bottom of the stairs first. You can both see, up the stairs that the husband is walking towards the front of the house, following the railing of the upstairs foyer section. Ritan has just reached the top of the stairs.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and continue following her, seeing her go upstairs.
Okay.
Rex.
I'm gonna reiterate, I hate everything about this.
Yeah, I don't like this.
I was starting to get thrown off too.
And I'm not gonna be the one person that sits at that fucking table by myself.
Yeah.
They're so much more curious about the butler, like...
I
feel like
have a
he's
guess.
feel like he's the ears and the eyes in the place.
I don't like anything about this.
I don't either. Don't quite remember the description that we got either. Is also upsetting.
The description for what?
Richie's dad.
Oh, it's none of these people.
Okay. I wasn't sure.
At least I'm like 99% sure it's none of these people.
No, I don't think it is either.
I thought not, but I'm not sure because.
Something.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, the main reason that Rex followed was because he's like, he doesn't quite know Ghost's character, so he's just like, yeah, following him.
Yeah, the only reason I did is because Osiris is like, I'm going, and I'm like, I'm not sitting here with that bitch by myself.
She's the one that fucking shot me. No.
She hits real fucking hard. And I have no armor.
Osiris is pretty
armor,
fed up and
but
sitting there with everybody.
I'm just like, I don't want to be alone. I don't like anything that's happening here. I don't feel okay being here. Like, I don't like this.
Rex probably isn't as angry as you are, or uncomfortable as you are, but he is not a fan of her because those were her beasts that killed peepers. So he's like, thank you for the host, Mouse. But yeah, he's.
Okay, so you watch Perrin disappear up the stairs.
Oh boy.
You see Ritan hesitate, look over her shoulder, and then continue, and Perrin continues up after her.
Rax is just straight up following Perrin, like.
I called it! I fucking called
He's
it!
been fucking following him the whole time. Like, he doesn't trust it.
No. So
Don't know me.
100%. No, out of character, 100%. I respect you because you are not leaving your friend alone with a strange person. I appreciate
Two
you.
strange people.
I
Two.
know. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Rattan doesn't know you're there. Wither appreciates you. Wither appreciates Rax having Rattan's back.
Cass and Osiris, you watch as Rax and Perrin disappear up the stairs. What are you doing? Either of you don't jump at once.
I'm just gonna make my way down into this main area. I'm
Into the
not gonna
foyer?
head up the... What?
Into the foyer?
Yeah, I'm not gonna head up the stairs, like, right away.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna, like, kind of linger for a second.
Okay, so there is no presence of any kind of staff or anything in this hallway. Unlike when you first entered in, where there were butlers on either side of the stairs. You look up and you see that the entire, like, open section of the foyer's upper level is like an open corridor. That just skirts like this, the sort of, I guess it's like a chandelier that's hanging in the room. You see Ritan.
Alright, hold on.
You see Ritan followed not far behind by Rax and Perrin. Hold on, because I'm doing map stuff as I'm talking.
Yeah, you're fine.
Where is Ritan's token? There's Ritan's token. Yeah, so you see them, not far away from the husband, who has a very deliberate trail in his step. He seems to be heading somewhere rather than just leaving. I need to open the map, bear with me. Because I'm a DM and I didn't know this would go the way it did. Well, I prepared for you were coming up at different times. Yeah. You know, I wish they'd make a better reveal tool.
I wish they would too.
I really do. This hurts. Sad. Okay, new map time. Are you ready?
Yay!
Mhm.
Whee!
Oh,
And
God,
this
I love
one.
it. Okay.
But yeah, so basically, like, this top square area is like the open corridor.
Mhm.
And yeah, y'all can see what you can see. Those of you who are lingering downstairs, you're seeing like where Ritan, Perrin, Rax, and Peepers are, but like just the banister, and because of how far away the husband is from the banister, you can't see him. You just saw him walking and then disappear to the front of the house. And he stops outside the door. Ritan and Perrin, you see it first.
Mm-hmm.
And there's almost a... It's almost out of respect,
Mm-hmm.
but they don't knock. He takes a moment, bows his head, and then walks inside.
Okay.
Up here, there is no presence of any kind of staff, any other people. The distant hum from the noise downstairs is probably the only noise that you're hearing. Hanging down from the center is like a large kind of like gemmed chandelier that seems to be used to light the foyer to give it that grand appeal. And along the walls are lined with unlit torches. Or well, it's more like candles, but torches.
Okay.
kind of like somewhere in between, bright enough to light the area, but not like a dungeon torch.
Okay. Now that he is behind him, assuming a closed door, she's going to take a step back, kind of put her back against the wall.
The wall's
Alright.
over here.
Well, the one closest to the stairs. That's all that she
stairs-
wants.
It's banisters, so it's like it's not solid.
Okay,
It's like
okay, whatever.
railing.
She just wants to be able to talk quietly to the two people following her.
Okay.
And just kind of goes, if I was that obvious, you're not helping.
Rax just kind of points over at Perrin.
Please tell me Kess and Osiris stayed in the ballroom.
Roll a perception check. Everyone who's upstairs, roll a perception
She puts
check.
her hands over her eyes.
Apparently.
Yeah, she says, tell me they stayed in the ballroom.
Perrin and Rax, you both see Osiris and Necros lingering in the foyer.
You know the answer to that question.
I would say no, but I wouldn't want to start off a friendly relationship lying to you, so yeah.
You know, I appreciate that. I really, really do. Well, this is fucked.
And as you say that, you hear this god almighty clatter, as if something heavy is being thrown around in the room that he went into.
Okay, I'm going to, like, not, like, run, but she's doing... Is this area carpeted? Mm-hmm. Okay, thank God. So she's basically gonna do, like, the quick heel walk. You know exactly what I'm talking about, too.
Yeah!
Like, as quick as she can go in this god-awful dress and these heels.
I'm honestly surprised you just didn't take them off and run.
You know what? Better idea. She's taking them off on the way and going. So you see her with her heels in her hand, and she's gonna listen. Through the door.
Show me how through the door?
Yeah, like she's gonna go like nearer to the door and see what she can hear. Not
going
like
okay. So
yeah,
you're
like
going
she's
right up
approaching the door.
Rex and Perrin, are you following suit?
Rax is gonna stand against this wall and just kind of cross his arms. Waiting.
Okay. Perrin?
I'm gonna just walk over to this wall and kind of stand there because yeah, I don't really know what's going on. I'm just making sure
Kess and
Of
Osiris,
something.
Kess and Osiris, please roll perception checks.
Huh.
Okay, so you all see suddenly Ritan picks up pace and is pulling off her shoes, and Rex and Perrin kind of back away from the stairs. You can't see them.
Can't see Rax.
Can't see. Well, if you're at the base of the stairs, you'll see him, but like if you're standing in the middle of the foyer, no.
I would try to get line of sight with Rax.
Yeah, so you
Just
move to
to-
the bottom of the stairs and you see like the top of his head.
How far away from him am I?
It's probably like maybe 30-40 feet up.
Okay, I'm gonna mind link with him and be like, what's going on? So in his head, he's just gonna hear me. Hey, dude, what's going on?
Did I hear the clattering?
Mm-hmm. Everyone who was upstairs heard it.
Okay. So there was some clattering and Ritan's going to check it out. I'm waiting here. Like, this is obviously
Yes.
mine.
Yes.
More or
Mind
less
to
for
mind.
everybody else is technically you don't hear this.
I didn't hear what?
Exactly.
Honey?
Alright, we're gonna stay down here. Let me know if you need us.
Will do.
And I'll keep the mind link active.
Oh my god.
So, Kess is lingering at the bottom of the stairs in the foyer. Cyrus, what are you doing? Because Kess just walked up and stood there.
Well, I'm not like just standing there like, hey, what's going on? Like,
Are
he's
you
gonna make
are you
it
on the
look
first
kind
few
of
steps? Someone
nonchalant.
stopped, or
What's that, Link?
did Cuss walk? How far did Cuss go up on the stairs? Like only a few
No,
steps?
he didn't go up onto the stairs. He's at like the bottom of the stairs, like probably leaning against the railing to make it look like
He's pulling
it-
up Pedro.
not super obvious, but like enough to where he can still see Rat, so he can keep the mind link active.
Okay.
He's doing the teenage boy at the party thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Cyrus?
I'm gonna pull off and go kind of in the middle of the foyers,
Uh-huh.
in the middle of the stairs, and
Like between the two?
pretty much in between the two. Is there a doorway right there?
No, the foyer is just open, and then the back wall is just the two corridors that lead into the ballroom, and then there's a fountain in the middle, and then the two rooms to the south of. Oh fuck it, I'll go over to the other map. It'll be easier. So in the foyer where you'd be standing, Kess would be down here, and if you want to be in the middle, you'd be like right the fuck here. Stop moving your token.
Okay.
And the doors that you see are the
Yeah,
doors.
I would aim for more of like right here and then be along the stairs,
Oh,
not to interfere with what Cuss is doing. That I'm not quite sure about at the same time.
Okay.
It looks like I'm just standing there.
And Cyrus is like,
It looks like you're intentionally staring at rats to me.
No, not even intently staring. Just
he doesn't even have to look at him once the money
Yeah.
is done.
yeah.
He can just be there. So, Ritan,
yeah.
you reach the door,
Yeah.
and what you notice immediately
Mm-hmm.
is a really big, scratchy carving of the letter R has been cut into the wood of the door. And it looks like someone has gone over and over and over and over and over this letter various times with different sharpness of tools in doing so. And as you're standing there, and you're trying
like where like the door number would be?
so the door itself is a big heavy set of double wooden doors, and it's basically like on one of the the middle section, even though there's the break in the door, the big letter is carved like face height in the middle section.
Whoa.
And as you start to notice that and you're leaning in to listen up, immediately the sound of something heavy smacks against the back of the door, which probably startles you.
Oh yeah,
It's
no,
like-
she like jarred
it's
back from it.
almost as if a chair had been chucked at the door and then was destroyed and fell to the ground.
Oh, he's very upset.
And that's where we're gonna end session this week.
Oh, come on!
Really? Yes, really.
But why?
But why?
Because we started late. So yeah.
Oh.
This would be normal
we-
time if we started usually.
But if we started late, that means we should go late.
No. Oh boy. Surprise! You have a new team member!
Yay!
Oh, I'm gonna have to fix my overlay before next week.
Yeah, I was like, I can't tell whether because the minute she starts stream, everyone will know. So that's why I couldn't tell you about your overlay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So I kind of figured it out because I saw him in the Discord.
I mean, he's been in the Discord
Yeah,
for
he's
a
been in
while.
Discord for a while.
Yeah.
No, but he's now in the active game chat and stuff.
Yeah, about
I
an
changed
hour.
it. Yeah, about an hour before I pulled him in, I changed it.
Yeah.
I noticed
I
that too. All of
wasn't
a sudden,
watching that.
all of a sudden my
I-
name turned pink, and I saw a lot more stuff. And I was like, "Oh,
Yeah.
something
Yeah.
happened."
Yeah, see, I wasn't
I
watching
saw
that
it.
because I have to keep my DMs open for other things
Yeah.
because I'm constantly being yacked at.
Mhm.
I was going back and just checking something, and I saw.
Okay,
it,
so just to
and, like,
clarify, this
hmm.
is like
Keeper.
this R.
Uh-huh.
This is like scary, right? Like this is just like this isn't like someone like was putting an R on the door. This was like
This has gone over painfully many times with both sharp and blunt objects.
yeah, like this was almost like the vibe I'm getting is almost like psychotic.
Not even. More like
I'm going like psychotic
Panicked?
or like rage.
not rage is closer. It's definitely it doesn't look like someone who has lost sense of their consciousness.
Yeah, but it's there's a definite like raw emotion behind it.
Yes, it's definitely an
Okay.
emotional thing. Yep, it's definitely emotional. Mhm.
Okay.
Also, how did you like anxiety ballroom?
Didn't
Hate
like
it.
it all. Although up until this point, I was actually really proud of how well Ritan was navigating. Up until I rolled an 8 and a 5. I was proud of it up until that point. But you know what? Like I said, someone was gonna roll bad eventually with as many rolls as we were making tonight.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't know how we're gonna get out of this one.
I'm waiting for Wither to go, oh! But it doesn't seem like it's happening.
No, I have an O.
You usually go, oh.
Yeah, but like I don't want to. All right, here. Oh, hang on.
Thank you. I was like, I thought you'd get it, and I wasn't sure you got it. There's the O I was expecting.
Why do you think I was asking the pointed questions I was asking about this person? You already knew what my theory was.
I know what all of your theory, well, other than Perrin, because he has no fucking idea.
Nope.
He doesn't know the significance of this door. I'm excited. Anxiety ballroom was my favorite thing to make.
You know, I wasn't expecting the, I wasn't expecting, like, the amicable conversation that we had with Yelric. I really wasn't.
Expect the unexpected.
No, like, I normally do, and, like, I wasn't surprised by it, like, shocked by it, but, like, it was interesting that it went that way.
It was heavily bent on the words you used.
Yeah.
Yep. And
Well, and again, like, Ratan's whole mindset, and that's why she even said it to Rax, like, if they start something first, that's different. She knew that in this kind of situation, like, you don't throw the first verbal punch. You just don't. Because that's just asking for it. And that's rude.
Rax was following your lead for the most part, but he didn't want to talk to her all that much.
I mean, Ritan really just kind of wanted to punch her in the face for what she did to Kess, but...
Rax wanted to shoot her with something with what her beast did to Peeper, so...
Oh, I know.
Kess just wants to get out of these damn clothes and out of this fucking.
Oh, yeah, I mean...
Boy. I understand the sentiment.
Ritan totally understands.
Dear.
She got out of the shoes, at least.
Chuck them over the fucking railings. What the fuck are you both doing here?
No, Ritan, not the chocolate!
Why didn't you follow me? Where did all Follow me, follow me.
Now someone's gonna animate Ritan beating the party to death with her high heels.
As far as there's not one of her doing it to a Kyra.
Look, I just
Oh,
did
I
it
mean,
'cause
don't
I was
worry, you're
not
gonna
sitting-
get it. You're gonna get it when she realizes that you brought Necros with you.
I
What
was
was
not
that,
sitting
sir?
at that table by myself with that woman.
Oh, I don't blame
there
you.
is
I
other
don't blame
dogs
you.
around too.
Oh, sure, but like, clank, 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 right over.
Oh,
There's
Jesus.
background music. It wouldn't be that loud.
Hey, background clinking to your clinking.
They're a jazz band. Fuck you. I don't know, clanking going on.
It's like slight elevator
Ting, ting,
music.
ting, ting.
Faster then.
Yeah, that's like fast elevator music. It's like the elevator music that gives you anxiety.
I was scrolling through YouTube the other day while I was watching videos with some, and it got to the part where I was researching ballroom dancing, and I was like, okay, stop share screening, stop it. You can't know this information. It's just like all of like Game Grumps and fucking K-pop and shit, and then it's like ballroom dancing,
Yep.
and then Game Grumps, Among Us,
Yep.
and I was like, oops.
Oof.
Oh,
You know? And I have to put it out there. Like, again, not like surprised, but it was kind of like what's that word for like when you're surprised but not surprised?
I'll be back in a few minutes.
Confused?
No. I don't know, but like I was when Saran was like, "Oh, your name gets around." I was like, I mean, like I knew that it did because, you know, the whole title thing. I wasn't anticipating that. I was not.
Yeah, Saran's fun. And what was really fun was like that was the perfect place to bring Ghost and Perrin in.
Yeah.
And I was like, haha! Are you free on the 3rd of January? Yep. And he's sitting in my DMs, he's like, now.
Now. How about now?
Well, because I didn't know.
Okay,
I didn't know if
waited
you could like
30
take them in, so I'm like,
now.
I'm like, I gotta eat dinner, so I'm letting you on. I'm eating dinner.
And I was like, they're at the fucking house, eat fast.
No.
Pull a Miryu.
Oh, God. See now, and this is gonna be interesting because now, Perrin, you're basically in a situation you've been voluntold
Oh yeah.
into the party, and I don't know what he knows about Ritan. So as far as he knows, he's just been voluntold to go hang out with this lady who's wearing heels and a pretty nice dress.
You don't know anything that he knows.
I know, and he knows nothing that I know.
It's gonna be fun.
Rax knows nothing at all. He's just
I
like
think that I know
new
it.
person. That was evident by him following as opposed to
Oh
like
no, like I said, 100% Wither appreciated the fact that Rax had Ritan's back, and despite everything, Ritan would be gratified that Rax was like, that shit ain't happening. But then it was like, please fucking tell me that they did not. Never mind.
One for one and one for all.
I mean, you know what? At least we have team loyalty.
Yeah. This is true.
Mhm.
I'll put that out there. The worst part was when I was in the channel by myself talking to my chat. I was like, you know, anybody help this poor girl. I was like, Ritan, not smart enough to get herself out of this. Like, really not. And I was like, this poor girl, like, somebody help Ritan. And then I saw Perrin move, and I was like, oh, Perrin's coming. That's okay. Oh, wait, I don't know him. And then Rax, I was like, oh, good, Rax is coming. Charismatic boy. Okay, we're good. And then I saw everyone else start moving, and I went, oh no. No. And I went, make it even more obvious, guys!
Heth would have been happy sitting at the table with Osiris, but Osiris
I
had
know.
to get off.
I know. Like, literally 2 seconds after I saw you and Osiris start moving, I went, everyone's gonna come down here. Fucking everybody's gonna come down here. And then you guys did, and I was like, okay.
Yep.
Well. And the butler already didn't fucking believe us.
I'm surprised. I am not happy about that. I was like, oh no, I have a fucking charisma character. He didn't believe us? When you said that, I was like mentally in shock. I was like, wait, what?
Yep.
Do you have any idea how much it broke my heart to have to tell you that?
It fucking hurt to hear.
I mean, you rolled well. You just rolled better. Yeah, I mean...
And Ritan just happened to roll an 8 and a 1.
Yeah.
Well, it would have been a 4 and a 1. That's...
All I'm saying is the dice giveth and the dice taketh
No,
away.
you know
They
what?
take
I
away a
fully
lot for
believe.
me.
I fully believe that sometimes when the dice roll badly, it's
And
because
look at
that's
better
actually
situation.
what was supposed to happen.
Mhm.
Because if you were just able to cheese your way through with really good rolls and have no resistance, then
What would be the point?
exactly.
It wouldn't be any fun.
So the fact that I rolled with advantage and rolled a 1 on the second roll, that tells me that I was supposed to get noticed going down there.
Yep.
Hey, reiterate, fuck the dice. Dicks.
Yeah. I mean, I wish I would have rolled a natural 20, but...
Yeah, but then you wouldn't have the hilarity of everyone being
Well,
there.
like I said, then we wouldn't have this.
Mhm.
The
And
dice
you'd also-
give you exactly what you're supposed to get in a given situation, whether it's what you wanted or not.
And you would have also been upstairs alone right now.
Oh no, I know. With angry chair throwing guy.
You don't know it's him.
That is true. Angry
Mm.
chair throwing person.
You don't know it's a person.
Thing! Angry chair thrower!
You don't know it was a chair. I said it sounded like a chair.
Well, angry chair sounding thrower.
Using the knowledge we have, angry chair throwing guy.
Yes.
Angry object chucking
Individual.
creature.
No. I'm sticking with angry
Thing.
chair throwing guy
Thing.
because that's what I'm under the understanding of without any meta
Yeah, I mean,
knowledge.
Ritan thinks it's this guy.
You can
with
call
the
it whatever you want. In my head, that's what it is.
I just like fucking with you. It's too much fun. Oh boy. So, are you glad you left Reverse Disneyland and came to Anxiety Ballroom?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, okay, I have to clarify. I would much rather be in Anxiety Ballroom than in Reverse Disneyland.
Yeah, but I'd rather not be in either one.
No, like if I had a
Yeah.
choice, I wouldn't be in either place. But if I have to be here or there, I'd rather be here.
I'd be in fucking Clam. Or on my way to Clam.
Oh. Poor buddy.
Oh, it's adorable!
Cute.
Somewhere she sneezes, she knows you're talking about you.
Just has like chain sneezes. Oh my god, Rex, stop!
She doesn't know it's him.
Who else would it be?
Could be anybody in Moncade.
Your expectations are high.
Her friends that would be like, I wonder what she's up to, or something like that. You don't know?
I do know I'm the DM!
Do you though?
She knows everything.
I can tell you what
At-
time it is among
I'm gonna just put my hand up here, and as the victim of a long con, she knows everything. She conned me from character creation.
This is true. This is very
She
true.
knows everything.
And there's still things you
Not
don't
that I
know
am
yet.
disappointed with said con, and I am fully aware that there are things I still don't know or haven't put together
Oh,
yet.
no, that was just a general thing to everyone. Ugh. All of my favorite chocolates are the least chocolates in this box, and I hate it.
Isn't that the worst?
It's always the same. I really like Snickers. There's never no
Okay,
Snickers.
so are we moving back to
Snickers.
every...
How do we feel about running every week?
I'm good with it.
I'm good.
Don't feel bad if you say no.
I'll let you know tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm good as long as I know.
I mean, obviously I'll be abused and let you know.
Oh, well, yeah.
But if you want to message me tomorrow or whatever, or, you
Mhm.
know, after the come down, so to speak.
Yeah.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm off work until February.
Yeah.
So yeah. I need food. I ate before.
Yeah, I'm
fucking
hungry.
session.
I didn't eat because I didn't want to.
I ate before session and I'm still fucking
Yeah,
hungry.
but for me, before session would have been like 4, and then I would have
Mhm.
still been hungry now anyway.
Yeah.
So it's a vicious cycle, and I'd rather be like starving at the end of session than eating twice.
I feel you.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna be probably hopping off in a second because I'm
Oh, yeah.
also very hungry.
No, same.
Haven't eaten since breakfast.
A little late.
Same,
I'm
actually.
not.
I had
super
like brunch
hungry.
with my in-laws.
Alright, so then we'll probably next week. Is that where we're at?
Maybe.
Most
I will let
likely
you all know.
next week.
Okay.
Most likely, yes. Is that what you said, Kess?
Most likely, yes.
Okay.
I'll see. I'll let you all know.
Okay.
Perfect.
I will plan for it then.
You
Yeah.
guys did great.
All right, I'm gonna go
Everybody
ahead and
have a
sign
good night.
off and fix my freaking overlay. Can I
I
get?
will send you information.
Yeah, I'm gonna need like the artwork and stuff like that, and figure out how I'm gonna space this. Okay.
Alright, have a good night, everyone.
Alrighty.
Good night.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
still be in. I just need a deafen so I can sign off.
Alright, so that's it for this session. We'll be back probably next week. Keep an eye on Twitter. That'll tell you one way or the other. I'm off. I need to go get food. Other things happening. Probably nothing this week. But I don't know. Keep an eye on Twitter, like I said. But either way, everybody have a good night. And we'll see you all next time.